I personally have a problem with even such mundane things. And people have told me, oh, they are changing names of streets, they are doing this. Even people expected me, even mentioned the Charly Boy was the telling me, oh, you have not made comment on it and everything. And I've not made comment on it. As you can see, I'm not tweeted about it, I'm not saying anything about it. And quite frankly, it's because you mentioned it that I'm mentioning it. Since I came here, we've been discussing other things that I've not mentioned, because I believe it's totally irrelevant when you have millions of people who don't know where the next meal will come from. So whether they change it to Mr. A or B, senior as governor, I refuse that any street or any building, anything should be named in my name. I have one that I built a facility in a hospital where I was born, and the proprietors felt that, okay, it should either be named after me, after my mother. And I said, no, there's nothing like that. Yes, people must have said, oh, I didn't do the right thing, didn't do the right publicity. I would have put my name in all the streets or in all this thing that I built, or even commissioned them, which I didn't do. I didn't commission anything, which is why people are asking now, did he do this, didn't do this? Because I believe that the people are seeing it. Whatever I did was with public money and everything. So I didn't say, for me, it's irrelevant whether your name is in every building or not. I don't believe in it, and I will never do it. Please make me president today. My name is not going to be in any of this facilities, because what I want is for the facilities to function. What I want is
but we trust integrity, not words. Nigerians have been through enough tribulations. No more tinibulation. Yes. For us to prosper and be safe, we must not just be obedient, but must have genuine respect for the laws of humanity. Yes, Charly Boy says so. Yeah, Bariga. Begin. We no know waiting kill him, Papa. That same thing go kill him, oh. Hey. You are welcome to the next level. When I look up, when I look down, when I look at my side, to reach the top, if you look at person, when I look my side, okay. One day, our Niger go good. Now so then they talk good. One day, our mumu go do. Now so we talk. This country take our hand.
Accra, Ghana, 6:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, and 1:30 p.m. in New York City. Wherever you're joining us from, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. Our guest today needs no introduction, but we will give him one anyway. Charly Boy, Area Fada himself, is Nigeria's original rebel with a cause, an unrelenting voice of resistance, creativity, and change for over 4 decades. Born Charles Chukwuemeka Oputa, he stormed into the public eye in the late 1980s with a bold, provocative persona that pushed boundaries in music, television, and activism. From his fearless critiques of political injustice to his founding role in Our Mumu Dondo, the movement demanding good governance and accountability, Charly Boy has never shied away from speaking truth to power. Whether leading protests in the streets, uniting the youths, or shaking up social media with his signature candor, he remains a force impossible to ignore. In this special episode, just days after a Lagos local government renamed Charly Boy's bus stop in Bariga, we sit down for a legend in our time, Charly Boy at 75. No cause for alarm. Relax. Nwata Miss. We reflect on his extraordinary life, his vision for Nigeria, and his unyielding hope for Africa's future. Join me in welcoming to the show the Area Fada himself, Charly Boy. Area Fada, welcome to the show. Thank you so much, Charly Boy, the Area Fada, for joining us today. For those who are watching at home, you might be a little bit confused. Area Fada is joining us not on camera because of our own faults. Our connection didn't go well. So he's joining us over the phone. So you can hear him on speaking to us on the phone. Area Fada, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are glad to have you. It's really an honor for me, especially for me, because you made way for people like us to be who we want to be, to pursue the kind of career we want to pursue. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay, let's start. Typically, we start with things in the news. And in the news yesterday, Omoyele Sowore, you know him, was released after being detained by the police for I don't know how many times this year. What do you think about what he's been going through?
Well, if anyone is doing the kind of thing he's doing, he has to be prepared. Pack your loads. They can come anytime, arrest you. This is a government where you do anyhow, because they are anyhow people, anyways, So yes, once you have a voice and it's kind of loud, those are the kind of stuff that happen to you. Yeah, easy, my brother. Easy. Easy to see the truth, to talk the way you can sleep easy at night. Easy. So we need a lot more of that happening, because I've always maintained that the salvation of Nigeria lies in the hands of these exceptional people. Who are those people? They're nothing but the youths, both home and abroad. Yes, that's what I say. So I'm happy he's released. I'm happy he has his freedom. Back to the trenches. That's what I say. Back to the trenches. The fight just starts.
Now, the other story in the news is your fellow musician, K1, and what happened at the airport. Do you know him? Were you surprised at that?
I can't say I really know him. I know of him. We met a couple of times. I can't say I know him that well. But yeah, shit happens. And I guess the maybe one would have done it differently. Maybe the pilot would have done it differently.
You understand? But yeah, that was for me, that was a close shave. And it was absolutely unnecessary.
Did you accept the apology he issued? Did you listen to the apology? He issued an apology to the nation, to the president, to his fans.
Well, I leave it to him now. That one, him and in conscience, whether he meant it or he didn't mean it. You know, I think an apology was in order, and he's done it.
Some people felt that because he's a musician, he's getting treatment that other people wouldn't have gotten in that sense. Do you buy that?
Why not? We are celebrities now. We should be treated just a little bit different from ordinary Nigeria. Why not?
Why not?
Yeah. If to say Michael Jackson, now this thing will go to talk, it will be headline news.
That's
you
true.
See.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So before we go into the things you do and everything, let me ask you about the political situation in Nigeria as of today. How do you see the political situation? Do you think that we are going in the right direction as we approach 2027?
Now make we just talk. Which one be the right direction?
That's so people want
poverty. They hammer us like this. Which one be the right direction when people are out there building their own personal empires? Empires, I say. It's not. They are not about the people. They don't bloody care. Listen, even the way I distrust this government, if they say, okay, APC go come back again, they need 5 million human heads. Oh boy, those demonic criminals in power, they'll do it. They'll approve it. So all I want to know, because there's action, all I want to know, how are we going to do 2027? Is it going to be the same story? Are they going to be playing from the same playbook? Or are the exceptional Nigerians for once going to stand up and say enough is enough, because it's affecting everybody? But when it comes to the thieving, the stealing, the fraud, you go see Yoruba there, you go see Hausa, you go see Igbo, all the tribes are represented. But when it comes to the choice of good leadership, that time they've been using it, then go bring tribalism come. Okay? They won't stop there. They will bring religion. All of this to divert our attention and divide us so we are up against each other's throat, which is a shame.
You started our Mumu don't do. You think say our Mumu don't do? We don't get them, or we still there lost?
Well, there's more awareness now, thanks for social media. People they see, and you can verify things if you want to. Okay, if you're that smart. But Mumu na Mumu, you get some people where their Mumu na follow come, some na factory fitted, but those are not the people I minister to. Okay, I know that in this country and all over the world globally, the exceptional Nigerians that stand out. And it's time for all of them to show their face and come together and know what they're going to do about this country. Sorry, I'm swearing, but I'm upset.
I know. And recently you just passed through one of those things that can only happen in Nigeria, which was the decision to rename a bus stop that was named after you. And you handled that with class. The way you handled it was something that is extraordinary. Most people probably would have taken a different route. How do you see that? Now that you have time to reflect on that, how do you see what happened? Have you had time to think about, Or was this a one-off thing, or was this
what will I be thinking of? It is plain outright silly. It is petty. It's a bloody distraction. I'm worried about all the people that can't even, that 1 square meal a day is luck for them. I'm worried about how we can be so rich and yet be so very poor. Look at all the ID camps. Okay? The president is there giving $100, $100 bloody dollars to player. $100,000 to player. So if they can't win the cup, you go give the ministers and governors. Meanwhile, there are people rotting away by poverty. Please help me make that make sense. We did the talk. They're spending more. I mean, they're borrowing more and stealing more. Not even servicing the debts. So now, who they want to leave all this waiting for? They are fathers.
Thank you so much, Area Fada. Let me play a video for our audience while we come back to you. This video, you probably have seen it. It's an army officer complaining about what you just said now, about the money they gave to these players. And the army officer was talking about how much they were making as soldiers, a condition of life and everything. Let me play a little bit of that. We'll come back to you. We are talking to the Area Fada. Let's watch.
Wow, wow, wow. Nigeria, our country. It is fine. This video where they do I'm like this. And they do this video. And they dedicate this video from the seat of councillor down to the seat of president. This video na for una. In fact, to all our leaders, now no see person just do work for 3 months. You know, even reach a month. It will be 3 months. Nigeria president is signing 160 million for each person. All the players, they are 24 if I am not mistaken. 160 million for each of them. And all the coach, they are collecting 80 million. 80 million. All the players, president give them 3-bedroom flats, each of them. And a Nigeria soldier, #1 security of the
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here talking to Area Fada, and he's joining us via the phone, and we're having a very interesting conversation on the state of the country with Area Fada. Area Fada, welcome back. So that soldier was talking about what they are going through in the military, how much they get paid. We saw videos of retired teachers, retired police officers getting 3 million naira. People are suffering. I know this is your constituency. You talked about situation of the poor people in the country. So when these things are happening and the people who are ruling us, they don't seem to care. How do you feel? What do you think is the solution?
How do you want me to feel again? How do the solution till our votes count? So all we should be concerned with right now, how is our vote going to count in 2027, because I see 2027 as rig and die. Rig and die. Because enough is enough, quite frankly. We cannot have the worst of us leading the best of us. That's not normal. That's abnormal. We can't. We can't afford to keep this shit system going, because it's bound to explode. They say, Oyibo people, they talk and say, the person we don't already do for ground, he who is down needs fear no fall. What go happen before we show our face, before we start to wail, before we show all these criminals in power that enough is enough? What should happen?
So, Area Fada, you've been doing this for 40 years. Most people don't know that. Most people don't even know that you are 75. You've been doing this. Will you ever get tired? Do you think we're in the best place or worse? Is this the worst situation we've been in 40 years?
No, let me tell you something. The worst is yet to come. Oh, the worst is yet to come. I swear. The worst is yet to come. We never see anything. We never see the real Shege Banza. We never see them. Now, when we see them, then we will decide how we want to do this thing. Because this ain't working. It's not working at all. So something has to give. And this is what we all should be thinking about.
Yeah, you talked about how they divide us, that they are good. They know what to throw out there and then to cause division. How is it that we don't know that that's what they're doing and we can't stop them?
A lot of us do know what they're doing, but we need to have the courage to come together and do a pushback. And this is what I expect 2027. Mumu will still be Mumu, and nothing anybody can do about it. But I know that Nigerians are intelligent enough to realize finally that this cannot continue like this any longer.
For people like you in the entertainment industry, how is it that there are only very few of you who are concerned about social issues, political issues? Some just want to make their living, make their money, and enjoy life.
Yeah, that's why it's called show business. Do you understand? If you're down for the money, yeah, fine. It doesn't make you a bad person, but silence in the midst of oppression looks like it looks like you're encouraging it. But to each his own. You understand? That's why you have songs with a strong message about what's happening. That's why you have songs for love, songs for different things. So it's up to the listener what they want to hear. So I can't hold them responsible, say that everybody must be doing the same shit.
Yeah,
for some people,
we hear people say that we need critical mass. When they say that to be able to make an impact, what is the critical mass?
I think we have that critical mass. It's for us to get more organized and know how we want to, rescue our destiny in the hands of this very, very demonic, corrupt, criminally minded leaders that we have, carrying on as if they were in a motor park. Okay? This is not what leadership is all about. I know that globally leadership has fallen to an all-time low. You can see what's happening in America with Donald Trump. What kind of example is he setting for African leaders? That's why people like Ibrahim Traore comes to mind. That's why Africans are rallying behind Ibrahim Traore.
Do you think we need somebody like that in Nigeria?
Oh, we over need somebody like that to come kill everybody. What? Because you see something, right? You can not make an omelette without breaking eggs. It's not possible. These people will not just come and say, okay, we are tired, come and take. Young people, come and take. If you are intelligent enough and you're together enough, you can have that leadership. No, they're not going to leave. Because this is what they do best. They're thieves. Yahoo, Yahoo, boys and men. They're thieves. It's a cabinet full with criminals.
At 75, do you think that you have enough people who are going to follow your footstep? Like I was thinking about it. You are successor. Have you ever thought about this person is giving me hope? This person is giving me hope. That
there are a lot of people who are giving me hope. Dele Rotimi is giving me hope. Okay? There are a lot of people who give me hope. There are a lot of people I listen to. I'm not just an island. And I still believe that we're deserving of the Nigeria of our dream.
Now, I sometimes I look at you and the activism and I think about, did that take a lot from your music? Because you spend time, if Nigeria has been functioning well, I think you'll be more in the studios and doing production than activism. Do you feel that way?
Music for me has always been one of the many vehicles I used for my messaging. Okay? Music was not a mainstay for me. Don't forget what I studied. I studied radio, TV. I'm a journalist. And I think I have done things in that direction for a long, long time. Like the Charly Boy show, the Zoom time, and talking to all these people. You understand? So music, I don't really see myself as a musician. I just see myself as an entertainer. Okay, so there's a big difference. So it's not stopping me. If I feel like going to the studio tomorrow to just express myself and talk about the things that are close to my heart, I will. You know, but that ain't my mainstay.
So when you look at the political scene now in Nigeria, who do you think can lead the country in the right direction? And where would they get the supporting cast? Because, you know, like if you look at the Senate, the House, or the people running for president, who do you think can lead the country? And do you think there's enough supporting cast in the system?
Well, the only person, their messaging, their conduct, their word mean anything. I've never trusted government for the past 20 something years. Okay? The only person that his word resonates with me will be Peter Obi. I'm saying it with my full chest. He's the one who has a semblance of a solution to the problem. He's not a saint. Nobody is. But at least I like to hear and feel positive energy. I like to know that there is hope. And with his kind of messaging, his character, that's what I see. Hope. But like I've been saying, You cannot make omelets without breaking eggs. It's not possible.
So looking at what's going on in the alignments of the political forces in Nigeria towards 2027, how do you see P2B triumphing in that system, that structure? Like Labour Party is in disarray. All the other parties are, what is going on? Do you see any pathway for him to even emerge as a candidate for a major party?
We're watching the same and we're taking notes. That's what I can say for now.
Yeah, people are hungry. We see videos of people complaining about hardship. But when it comes to voting, people have said that the analysis is that people vote against their own interest. How is that still happening?
That is not true. That is not true. Because the last election, it's all clear to us who won that election. But because people have been bought hook, line, and sinker with tremendous cash, because this is not the system of the criminals in power. They buy everything. Everything has a price.
So, Rotimi Amechi, for instance, came out yesterday to say that P2B won in Rivers State. He was in the government that organized the election. He never said anything throughout the period when it was in dispute. So how do you think that people will really, because it requires people to take action. Otherwise, the same thing can happen again in 2027.
Yes. That's why I say for 2027, anybody caught rig and die. Rig and die. Because by that time, our eye go clear well. It don't clear small, but it go clear well. Because what we're about to see in 2026 are things that now things will go purge us. Now things will go purge us. Then we will know by fire, by force, if we should continue in this manner or cause a revolution to happen in this country.
All right. Area Fada, we take a break. When we come back, we bring in people to have a conversation with you, those who are watching who may want to talk to you. So let's take a little break and we'll be right back on 90 Minutes Africa with the Area Fada, Charly Boy.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We're having a conversation with the Area Fada, Charly Boy. Most of you know him. And he's been in the field fighting for us, fighting for the betterment of Nigeria and Africa. Area Fada, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So this is when we bring you in to join the conversation. But as I do that, I want to just ask you one more question or two. So after this whole wahala with the renaming of your bus stop, what has you surprised you most? You know, like what did you hear from people who kind of said, no, this is not. Don't take it this way. Who are the people you heard from, and what is it like?
For me, it was neither here or there because I like I said, that's kind of petty, and for what it was intended to do. Because the thing about legacy is that, you probably would try to, cover it with lies and stuff, but you can't get it out of the people's heart, out of their mouth. So it's a movement for futility. It's neither here or there. But one thing that I was happy to see is that it suddenly became, this has been trending for over a week now. And everybody seems to be so upset. Yeah. That critical mass you're talking about seems to be upset. And for me, I said, okay, well, maybe they're waking up to these people's games, because it's all a game. It's all a game.
So when you look at the place of the black man in the world, beyond Africa, even those who live abroad, who live, Africans in the diaspora, those that left 200 years ago, 400 years ago, do you have hope? Some people say that for black people to regain who they are, that they have to go back to their ancestors, stop following foreign religion, foreign political structure, come up with their own. Do you think that that's necessary?
Of course, it should be necessary. I mean, everything evolves. Even culture does evolve. Okay? So, but we can't forget who we are and where we're coming from. Okay? Because 90% of our problem is the white man. Okay? I don't believe any white man reach me himself like this from my head. Yeah? And that's why my stay in America was so short, because I experienced racism firsthand just because I was taking a walk with two white chicks, one my baby mama and her sister. I was beaten to a pulp because I had the audacity to walk with, I never seen white for my life. That incident almost made me a racist because I spent at least a week in the hospital recovering from the beating. After they spat on me, 7 white boys jumping out of a car. For what? So, yes. But if my people no agree, these white bastards, if they no agree, nothing will happen. So is Burkina Faso any different from Nigeria? But there are people who are thinking straight there. And they're blessed with, so far, the right kind of leadership, who have said no to all this oppression from the whites. So I think we need to get our acts together. That's the bottom line.
Mm.
Because
Okay.
Africa, Nigeria, whether they like it or not, they have to lead that messaging.
All right, thank you so much. I have three people here who want to talk to you. But let me read a comment that I got, and I want to know what you think about this. This comment says that put the picture of Area Fada with that of President Tinubu. That Area Fada is 75, Tinubu is so-called 72. Can you look at them? And he says, how are you taking care of yourself that you don't look your age?
Because I knew quite early that for me to enjoy my old age, I need to do, I need to watch a lot of things. That's why I'm very finicky about my health. And that's why my recent advocacy for men to take care of themselves, okay? For men to be healthy. That's why I set up the Charly Boy Foundation that caters for men, especially men who are going through prostrate challenges, men who are having erectile dysfunction, okay? And these are the things, like I said earlier on in the interview, that speak to my soul. So, and because I take good care of myself, I always have an eagle eye on my health, okay? And because the people I really socialize with, they're all young people, exceptional young people. So I'm still a student. I'm still learning about life. And, I'm privileged to have met outstanding people who have kept me youthful and useful.
Thank you so much, Area Fada. And let's go to Mr. James. Mr. James, you are joining us from the Gambia. You have welcome to the show. We have Area Fada here. Do you have a question or comment for him?
Actually, thank you very much, Charly Boy, for coming.
He can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Frankly speaking, please don't be offended when I say I do not know you, because
we can't hear you. Speak up, James. We can't hear you.
I said, can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yes. I said, don't be offended if I say I do not really know you, because when I left Nigeria 40 years ago, you were not on the scene as such. And the nature of work I do here do not permit me to be on the social, media all the time. Frankly, I don't know much of you, but of recent, I got to know about you when the street was renamed in Lagos or something like that. I started asking people, who is this man called Charly Boy? So they gave me some sketchy information about you, your philanthropic works and things like that, and that's just how it is. It is sad that our country is in a deplorable state. For those of you who are, how do I put it, who have gone out of your way to help the helpless, we can only say thank you. I don't want to bother you with questions. Continue to do what you do, and that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your effort. I
all right.
Good question. Frankly,
I didn't get all of that. Could you summarize for me, please?
I will explain. Yeah, he said that he's been out of the country for 40 years, that he's not fully aware of.
Wow.
He lives in the Gambia, and that he heard about you based on what has been going on over the bus stop and everything. That he's expressing his gratitude for you fighting for the people who are helpless, and that's what his summary of what he said. All right. Okay, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, you're next.
Yes, sorry. Good evening.
Yeah, Chris, welcome.
Yes. Area Fada. I so much, grew up with your music and all that, and so I'm so glad you are still very active. and I'm happy with your um, submission this evening. But I just wondering, those of you, the elites in Igbo land, who are still interested in building Nigeria, the new Nigeria that is a dream. And it has become obvious that other parts of Nigeria are not interested in building this Nigeria. When will we start this discussion about the Igbo man's plight in that area, in that geographical location?
All right, thank you. So Chris is asking that for Igbo elite like you who are interested in building a better Nigeria, when are we going to stop thinking in that direction? Because others are not interested in doing that. Do you think, what's your answer to him?
Well, if we can't live together, then we need to fall apart. But things must fall apart before they get better. That's what I say.
Do you really think it's an option that should be explored?
Everything on the table now remains an option, but it's getting to it. It's getting to that option. I think if we keep exposing these criminals in power, thank God for social media. Because even what you talk 20 years ago, we go find out. So if we keep exposing the lies, and if we keep wailing the way I've started to see people wail about their condition in this country, maybe something will give. But whether not, I know for a fact that something will give. I only pray that it's in my lifetime so I can witness it. Because people like me have been long in this battle. But maybe he won't come in my lifetime. No problem. But I know that one day, there will be a new song to sing in this country.
Mm.
I'm sure about that, like I'm sure about my name.
Mm-hmm. Now, it made me think about something. The state of, last week and throughout the last few weeks, we've been hearing about Nigerians in Ghana, Ghanaians trying to kick Nigerians out of Ghana, and we know in South Africa they also had issues with Nigerians. What is it that we don't understand? Is there anything that those people don't understand about the Nigerian? Can you help us?
I really don't have details about that, so I can't speak to that effectively like I would like to.
Mm-hmm. But we don't think that there's anything wrong with the Nigerian, that some of these countries don't understand who we are.
Nigerians are the people that are, especially people in the diaspora. They've made us so proud. So I can't be concentrating on too few bad eggs around. No. The bunch of Nigerians globally in the diaspora has made this country proud, regardless.
Mm.
Those are the people I want to focus on.
Okay. All right. We are going to round up because our guest gave us... we're almost 1 hour into the conversation. Let me ask you just one question before we round up. As you approach, you are 75, and when you look at how your legacy, what you've been able to produce, the impact you've had on the society in Nigeria, how do you want to be remembered?
It doesn't really matter to me. I want to be remembered or not be remembered. I feel I've contributed my own quota, which is most important, and I've enjoyed every single step of this journey, you know, being helpful and being useful. I'm not in the habit to talk about things that I've done or not done, but I can go to bed and sleep easy, and that's what counts.
What book did you read in your life that had impact, that you will say to a young person who is trying to find their way? Read this book, follow this person, pay attention to this person. Someone who wants to be like Area Fada.
That's why everybody should wait for this figure. 999. That's the new book, The Memoirs of Charly Boy. It contains the good, the bad, and the ugly. I said it exactly like I lived it. And I'm glad that I did it my way. Because eventually, yeah, that guy that was cast aside became a cornerstone. And young people should read that and know that nothing can stop them from their dream if they're consistent, if they're tenacious, if they have sagacity and audacity, like Charly Boy.
Wow. Wow. I wish I can stop you here, but one more question from Igbo Basic. There's someone who...
Oh boy, don't do that.
I know. No, he's actually Area Fada. He's 75. He's 75. I can't ignore him.
Who tell you so?
But no, I know him. Wait now.
Don't ignore us.
Wait, now you go hear him. Igbo Basic. Okay, Igbo
Basic. Yeah, Area Fada, Charly Boy, I'll call you Isikodo. Is your book?
Did you hear him?
No, what did he say?
He said that he calls you Isiokpukpu Anwang.
So Charly Boy.
That is he's like his father.
Oputa, just in case, a point of correction. Actually, I'm in the 78th floor. I'm not yet 75.
Okay.
I'll be there by the special grace of God.
Okay.
Charly Boy, I wanted to talk about your fellow artists. That is Chief Zebrodea Okorigwe Nwobe, alias 430, who just turned 75 in June and is still kicking. He's from Nobi, and by virtue of his style of doing things, which is, of course, you know who I'm talking about, Chief Zebrodea Okorigwe Nwobe. He was honored by the Abia State government about a couple of months ago. And then the rest of the cast who are still there, like Clarus Bojikwe, we are still there. Zaki phoned in from somewhere. So, Charly Boy, you know Chief Zebrodea Okorigwe Nwobe, and you know his style of doing things. Of course, you are in the area of, let's face it squarely, whatever it is. What can you say as far as the welfare of the artists like you, though some of you are sick? What can you say we can do to continue to maintain the welfare of you folks when you keep going into the 80th floor?
All right. Thank you, Igbo Basics. So, Area Fada, he was talking about how to maintain the welfare of artists who have been around for, older ones who are doing things. I mean, you're taking care of yourself. But what do you say about I know you were head of the musicians group, yeah, but that's the question he asked. I don't know if you...
Yeah, I think the different associations should come together and know what they're going to do. So when anybody, there are things like insurance. So when anybody falls sick, we don't have to go cap in hand begging everybody to help out. There will be provisions for that. But this much I must say, for art artists like Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, and a lot more Flavor, and all those artists who are doing well, making money, in the business. I say kudos, because they don't have anything to do with the Nigerian government. They are not reliant on these criminals, okay, because they're global brands. Okay, so association, which is what I fought for as a PM president. Okay, for the first time ever, I introduced an insurance scheme, and I made, which a lot of people benefited from. One thing, Dr. Damages, is like nobody, the bane of pioneers is that nobody remembers, what has been done in the past. People just remember because they have so short a memory. They just remember what is trending today. They're not interested in how it all started. Okay? So that's where I live it at.
Right. But Charly Boy, if I could make a request, and that request is that as you are dead, whom I think if somebody senior you by 2 months, 1 month, whatever, even though you are considered of the same age bracket, you still look at them as, okay, that's my senior brother. You and Zebediah, you are the 75th floor now. Could I make a request for you to get in touch with him for the Zebediah, for the Chika Okpala Foundation, which has just been formed for the purpose of the things that you have just described?
All right. Basic. We can take it off air. We can talk about this later. I can send a message to him. Whatever you have, I'll send it to him, and then he will consider that. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Area Fada.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. We really appreciate you. Okay. And I'm sorry.
Before Area Fada go, me, I want to ask one question. Now my first opportunity to meet up in my life. Please, Area Fada, give me just 1 minute to ask you one question. I beg you.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. He has to go. Go ahead, quickly.
Area Fada, the question why I want to ask you now be say, you they call yourself Area Fada, una know they support Showore. Showore na the only person where they fight for that Nigeria. Peter B no get the balls to solve Nigeria problem. Now that question I want to ask you. Why una know they support Showore?
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So Area Fada, you were saying, why is it that you are not supporting Showore? That he's the one who has the balls to fight for Nigeria, that most of these other people are not fighting.
That is not true. It's not just him. People are doing their own bits. If Showore is his favorite, that's understandable. But there are a lot of people who are doing different stuff, which gives me hope, gives me encouragement, because I'm off the streets for now, but nobody can gag me. Nobody can stop me from talking or expressing myself any which way I see fit. That is honorable.
All right. Thank you so much, Area Fada, for joining us today. We really appreciate you joining us. Next time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Next time we fix this so that people can see you for real, because they are just hearing your voice. I know.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We take a break. When we come back, we look through what happened. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry I'm having a little technical problems here. Thank you for staying. We had a wonderful conversation with Charly Boy. I'm sorry that the connection was, we had difficulties. That was why we had to do it over the phone. But hopefully that wouldn't be a problem. Next time we sorry, my challenges today is not over yet. If you can hear me, recap on what we had from Charlie Boy, Area Fada. All right, let me come to you, Lexi. I know you didn't get a chance to ask a question or say anything, and there were other people who unfortunately I couldn't get to because we had a time limit. He actually came back from an event and he had to give us a little 1 hour max. All right, Lexis, welcome.
Thank you. Am I
Can hear
heard?
you.
Am I being heard?
Lexi, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I greet everyone and well done, Dr. Damages, for continuing this very helpful means of understanding ourselves and things happening around us. Thank you for inviting Area Boy. He happens to be not far from my original home. He can be walking distance to get to him from mine. So we're very proud of him. He has done very well for the youths and for the people. If I had come in earlier, I would probably have asked him some local questions. But he had answered some of those with the questions that came to him later. I agree with him in most of what he said. And in answering questions about where we are heading as a people, he spoke my mind as well. What we be will be. Que sera, sera. And it's going to happen that Nigeria, we get to a point where no one will be, Nigeria is enough to stand the way of the change that is very imminent. How soon that will happen, it depends on those of us who are handling situations now. We're either going to remain as one Nigeria and continue to die one by one until either directly for the politics or indirectly from the effect of the politics. So it isn't the question about whether there is hope for Nigeria. The answer is there is nothing but eventually Nigeria will cease to continue because it's not working and it's not going to work. But since we have decided to prolong its life by still having some sentiments around it, look at Ibrahim Traore. If you had asked what he has achieved, if you had asked his people, many people would have been afraid to tell him to go ahead. But they got a point where he himself decided to step forward and he's ready to sacrifice his life. He has seen it happen to the previous guy, Thomas Sankara, and he didn't let that prevent him for taking a bold step to say enough is enough. What is happening in that country now, many people are admiring, and many countries are also in agreement with his stance. So in Nigeria, as long as we continue with this one Nigeria thing and continue to try to defend it and continue to hope for what is not going to happen, we will continue to die one by one. And it could be to the point where even any of us here now will fall victim. If that's what we want and we let it continue, then maybe that's how it will go. So whenever I hear someone talk about 2027, it tells me that this person is prolonging the obvious, and that he might even be the next one to fall victim of Nigeria. Nigeria will happen to many people many more times as long as we continue. Um, you did somebody, oh, I think it was you, Dr. Dami, you asked me about Ghana. Again, our people refuse to think and understand. And even when you tell them the truth about their situation, they hardly do anything about it. So again, that's a prolongation of one Nigeria, hoping against something that will never happen. Um, Ghana, what is happening in Ghana is not isolated. The few federal government and the powers that be in Nigeria, in the few years, maybe back to about 10 or more years or 15 years, they have been promoting hatred for the people they think should be targeted in foreign countries. And that is indeed. The Igbo people are being given the worst image by those governments. Even Buhari did his own very boldly. In South Africa, they came after Biafrans who came to demonstrate over there. And you know the rest of the story. So I wasn't surprised what happened in Ghana recently. It has happened in Togo, and I'm not even sure if it hasn't happened in Benin. There is a campaign by the federal government for other countries to flush out Igbo wherever they are, whether by xenophobia or by direct hit at them, in the way that we are seeing it um, in Ghana now. Now, let me tell you something about Ghana. I lived in North Carolina in a city called Charlotte for about 8 years. While I was there, I knew Ghanaians, and they were my friends. They invited me and put me along with their top leaders in that, not just in that state, but in that city as well, to coronate one of their leaders as the chief, as a chief, a Ghanaian chief for them in that town. My first question when they invited me was, are we going to become chiefs in America here? What are we doing with that? This country is so much in tune with taking care of everybody. There's nothing that should bring about the Ghanaian chief coronation. They told me they will get more from doing that. And I attended. I was there, sitting down. I didn't even know that much about how they do it. They had a queen mother, and that queen mother is the one who will bring in the one they wanted to make the chief. And she literally carried the guy they made the chief like we carry our children at home behind her and brought him into the hall. And they did all their local things and some kind of cultural activities to make that man the chief. So today, as we speak, there is Ghanaian chief in Charlotte. Quote me and research what I've just told you. So it's not that there's anything so much wrong about recognizing yourself, organizing yourself culturally, and even helping your people wherever you have so many people. Now, for the same Ghana to now complain about what's happening in Ghana, and the Igbos are the ones, look, they use the word Nigeria conveniently so that it won't be too obvious that they are doing what they are doing. And you know, it used to be said that wherever you go and you don't see an Igbo man, you should do what? Go back. You shouldn't stay. But you know, some people now have twisted it to wherever you go and you don't see a Nigerian because they don't want to put that Igbo thing there. That you should quit the place because it's not safe. All that talks is against Igbo. And Nigeria is very much active in doing that. In workplaces, Nigerians speak against their fellow so-called countrymen especially the Igbos. You saw what happened in Canada recently when they started talking about poisoning themselves at work and everything. I'm just saying with all this, the area father, Charlie Boy, has done well, and he should continue in the way he's going. But I'm glad that he knows that someday, sooner or later, that there will be the solution, which is freedom for the people of Nigeria. And when that happens, believe you me, all these crimes will be reduced because then people will focus on their own people and properly take care of them and take care of even their crimes. But what we are doing now, the people who are gaining are the politicians. And let me not leave out the fact that we know the grandfather of what is happening in the West. That is the former colonial masters. They don't want to lose anything. Any change like we are anticipating in Nigeria, we put them on the spot in that regard. They don't want Nigeria to be free. They want the confusion to continue so that they can continue to get what they want out of Nigeria. So I think that's said. I can stop here and let others speak. But thank you for giving me the opportunity.
All right. Thank you, Lex. Thank you so much. Mr. James, you said you didn't know about Area Fada, Charlie Boy.
Yeah, frankly speaking, the way I live my life here and the nature of job I do, I really don't know much about the country. And as I said earlier on, I left home 40 years ago. I'm even surprised to hear that he's a musician. What kind of music is he playing?
Wow.
Afrobeat, everything high life, I think mix of
Yeah,
punk.
when I was in Nigeria, I think Fela was playing Afrobeat. Then I remember there was a Jamaican musician they called Jimmy Cliff. He was playing reggae. There was one they called Eric Donaldson. Uh, Teddy, is it Pendagraph or Pendagrass or something like that? Frankly speaking, I'm not in tune with what is happening over there. Anyway, I congratulate the guy for the charity work he has been involved in. I've been trying to read one or two things about him. I never knew there's somebody called Charlie Boy. I don't know much about his background. Can anybody please enlighten me?
All right. So, thank you, Mr. James. I'm hearing echo. I don't know where it's coming from. All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Charlie Boy, you can see more about him on social media, on the internet. He's more like an entertainer. He's into TV production. He had a Charlie Boy show on the, and he was at one point Lexi, I think it's from you. The noise we're hearing is from you.
From me?
No, not you, Lexi. Yeah, it's from you. Okay, so yeah, he was one of the judges on Nigerian Idol, I think, at one point. Lexi is from you. I mute you, and then if you mute yourself, it comes up again. All right, so let me hear from Chim. Chim, welcome to the show.
Sorry, Rudolph. I was going to come into the show, but I slept off. I just woke up. So I'm not sure. Did he get show up?
Yeah, he did. He did.
I didn't hear a single word. I'm not sure I listened to him at all. So I don't think it's proper for me to say anything.
Okay. All right. But he came, but he couldn't connect via StreamYard. So we had him on the phone while we were talking to him. So that's let me go to hold on. Okay, we just extend this conversation to other things after we go around. Revolution Now. Welcome.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good evening and thank you again and greetings to everybody. Ogaibo Basis, good evening. So, Mr. James, Jim, and Chris, everybody, I salute everybody. If you look at my face, Dr. Damage, you will see that my face is not looking like a happy man today. The reason is why there's a reason, Dr. Please, Dr. Damage, I beg you. I know I never waste time on this platform, but I just want you to just give me a little time to make 1 or 2 points. Because you see, Mr. Charly Boy, when I saw that he was coming, I was so happy. If you saw me, I jumped in. I was listening in the car driving home. Then when you said he was leaving, I just tried to take the opportunity, because before I would come in my house and everything put on, he would have left. I had a lot of questions for him, but anyway. Let me not beat around the bush so that I will use my time properly. You see, there's a problem in Nigeria. Every one of us that is on this platform or wherever, whatever we are saying, there's a big problem in Nigeria. And most people don't want to tackle that problem. I made a reference here one time. A good doctor, if you come to a doctor now, a good doctor, a qualified doctor, when he touch you, he go tell make you go do blood test. Make them know exactly what your problem is before he can now treat you. He cannot just by touching you, he will feel you normally to know whether there is heat or whatever. There's a problem in Nigeria. And the reason why I'm just saying this thing is to make my foundation to finish up with Mr. Charly Boy. Is somebody, like Mr. James said, I don't know much about him, but I know him. We hear about him. I'm a Lagos boy. We used to see him sometime those days as young boys. He will park his motorcycle somewhere and people will be gathering, to give him a ton. So he's a unique person, I would say. He's very unique as a Nigerian. But I think a week ago, after they changed his name at the bus stop, he granted a lot of interviews and he made a point that made me, I say, look, the person where did they call Area Fada, look at his point. He said he was trying to fight these guys where they spoil Nigeria today. He said in those days, they will ask you, who be your papa? Which family you come from? Then I remembered my life. I say, so now so your mind day. Because in those days too, we were nobody. We didn't have that father who was a judge. I know his father is a Oputa and all those type of things. We didn't have that father, and we know what we suffered in that Nigeria because of you don't belong to anywhere. You don't have no, you know what I mean, that basic foundation within your family. When he said that, I was not angry because I know Nigeria probably, but I didn't expect to hear it from him that what he's angry about the people ruling Nigeria today is that who know them, who be their papa. That was the question I was coming to ask him because I was a victim of those people where we say we no get foundation. I'm a street boy complete. I know they hide them. The first time why I get shoe for my life now when I enter Europe. Now I take money, buy shoe. I celebrated it. Why I get shoe, doctor, I know they lied. You can laugh at me. First time I bought a shoe I walk like a man was in Europe. The shoe where I take enter Europe, now somebody borrow me. When I get visa, now somebody give it to me. Say, Omo, say you reach this level, take this shoe, go. So when Area Fada come, they complain, say they remove the name for bus stop. You understand me? And the people who remove the name, who know them, who know their papa? That was why I can't say, no, this man, waiting the respect why they give him, because that name, Area Fada, I was thinking, you know what, when they call you Area Fada, I was thinking they take care of poor people like us. Giving what do they call this? They pride themselves, say that they give scholarship, that they do this. It shouldn't be happening. You shouldn't come and tell us you gave somebody scholarship. We should be the same. And that is why Nigeria problem can never be solved. When they come, most people go to tell you, say Nigeria, na ethnicity, na this, na that. Nigeria is class. Our problem in Nigeria is a class system. If you know nobody and you don't belong, you don't come from a family, Dr. Damage, believe me, I'm from the street. If you don't know nobody and you don't have a family that knows body, if you know the pain where most of us they suffer. You understand? How did I come to Europe? If I tell you, you go think say a joke. But let me keep it to myself. The time when Nigeria begin change, now when poor people begin come Europe, many of us pass through deserts. Many of us pass so many ways to come. Now that time, Nigeria come begin, they make noise. I remember when I came to you, before I came, there are people who no go greet you for our area where they live now. If you want to shake them, they go do you say, waiting, you don't know your mate. 2 years later, when I come Europe, I come back just to holiday. They started coming to knock at my door. And I told them, which day this one starts? You they come knock my door, you were beside, they greet you, you they ignore me. Let me stop here and make you not be like, say, I come with anger. The problem of Nigeria is a class system. And that is why Nigeria problem no dey fit solve. And most of people wey hate Tinubu today because Tinubu can remove the middle class, wey be those people wey think say they be something. Tinubu, they deal with them seriously. And Charly Boy belongs to that group. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I don't know, I can't defend Charlie Boy. I don't know what the context of what he said and how you listen to that. But I agree with you. There is class issue in Nigeria, but that's not the main issue in Nigeria. But let's hear from Chris. Chris, you had a chance to speak to Charlie Boy. Go ahead.
Well, yes, I had a chance. Actually, I joined a little bit late because I was checking when you were going to start the program, but I missed it a little bit. So it's nice to see him. Feel, those of us who knew Charlie Boy when we were young, yeah, he has done well, in promoting, in entertainment, actually. Although I don't know much about his growing up. He's a real role model at that time when he was growing up. Although his father wouldn't agree with that, but I'm sure that a lot of people will understand that when you are brought up in a very high class family, and then you decide to be the deviant or that kind of thing, then probably somebody will be thinking differently of you. But what I'm trying to say is that when he talked about this 2027 and the building Nigeria, it seems to me that the Igbo elites haven't got it. That Nigeria, it cannot work, will never work, for the simple reason that there is a lot of diversity, very, very serious diversity that are not, that are incompatible. So it is very difficult to have to hybridize this diversity. So, and that has become the problem. What I think the Igbo elites are suffering is what I call Zeke disease. Zeke disease is that they know that something is wrong, but they hope that they will be able to fix it. And in trying to fix it, they will be schemed out of the power. They wouldn't even get the chance to try to fix it, but they will be hoping that they will fix it. And that's where I always get, I find it difficult to relate with these Igbo elites. When he's talking about 2027 P2B, P2B is, the question I keep on asking to people, he says he's going to build Nigeria, he's going to build Nigeria. The last time I checked, the only place they fought a war is in Igbo land. There was no war fought in the north. There was no import in the West. But we know that when the Igbo stopped, or when they pushed the Igbo out of Nigeria, the railway the white man built wasn't running anymore because the Igbo man was running that railway when the white man was there. The B&T stopped running because the Igbo man was running that B&T. So when you have a culture or people who have a culture who don't know how to run things, no matter what you build for them, they won't be able to run it. And so it will be a waste of time to think that if you go and then start to build something, maybe agricultural products or agricultural industries in the north, but this is criticism, and I know that Obi is not here anyway, so I don't want to go too much in details in that. But what I'm trying to say, give an example, is that people think that the problem of Nigeria, it has to do with the class system. It has nothing to do with class. It's simply the diversity, the value system, the culture are so much different that when you try to look at it, because people always say it's hunger. It's hunger, has any ethnicity? Does it know any language? Does it know? No, that's not the question. The question should be, if you apply hunger treatment to Igbo man, or to Yoruba man, or to Hausa man, or to Fulani man, how will they respond? And that is how that response will give you the reason why they are classified differently. So I would have loved him to start thinking, because I asked that question, although he said that everything is on the table. But I would have loved him to, to start speaking more about, to start the debate, since he has influence. So he can start such a debate as to know what is the Igbo plight in the Nigerian situation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chris. Let me come to you. Where is Madam Luke? Okay. Madam Luke is out. Let me get Igbo Basics. Igbo Basics, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's not too much to talk these days.
Rudolph, after Igbo Basics, I'd like to say something, please.
Okay.
I wanted to address very quickly my brother James, and then Revolution now, my dear brother. Charly Boy's presentation pretty much goes into the core of his character. For each and every one of us, we have our characters, and that's what will travel along with life. If you go out of your lane, anything where you see, that's what you have to take. For Brother James, I can understand when he made it very clear that he's been out of touch in terms of certain things. Both Charly Boy doesn't know much about Charly Boy. But I would say that there is a fundamental character of Brother James, which is why I will pick up and speak with him any day, anytime. He has not lost that character of him that was imbued in him when he was growing up through Nigeria. You can be anywhere in the world, though, one gives everywhere and at home. But when the chips are down, and also you cannot run away from your shadow, no matter how much you try to shake it. You are the core of who you are. And for some of us, at the end of it all, we go back to ashes to ashes, bush to bush. And back to my brother Revolution now. I will address the fact that the same core character issue, who you are today, what you are today, is a result of that journey that you have undertaken, and then you are where you are today. So whenever anybody sees you talking, take it or leave it, that's who you are. You just gave an example of the first time you wore a shoe. So thank you, God. Health is wealth, because when you're healthy, you can do a lot. So I take it back to Charly Boy. know a little bit about him, Oputa and the rest of it. When I said Kodo, and excuse my language because I'm still having some running eyes, it's all these allergies and stuff like that, it's more than that. When I was referring to Isiokpopo and Kodo, Charly Boy will understand exactly what I'm talking about. Those are the people who, whichever way you classify it, that's their path of life. And you can't stop it. That's their journey. And they would undertake that journey. And I'm glad he said, when you asked him about legacies, he says, listen, I'm doing what I have to do. Whatever anybody thinks, it doesn't matter. What matters now is I'm doing what I am set out here to do. And I'll get there. And when you talked about Showore, I have really not been making any comments on Showore. But I will tell you that even before they manhandled Showore in recent days, I was fully aware of what was about to happen, where he was going. And I was also fully aware that Showore was equal to the task. As long as they know by it's equal to the task. So he'll get there, he'll come back out, and the journey continues. But all in all, he who fights and ducks lives to fight another day. It includes Charly Boy. It includes everybody who is a freedom fighter. According to how you are God, how you are Chi. Dr. Damages asked me the other day, what do you think about Donald Trump? I said to him, listen, I am not his Chi. Everybody have their own Chi, their personal God, as we call it. If you stay away from that, you just left your lane. Whatever happens to you is what you asked for. So my submission today is that Charly Boy, continue the good job you're doing, because some of us went through it in the 2023 election. We were there live, following up everything. But at the end, right now, we are watching. We are watching. And a hunter does not say everything he sees in the bush. I remain a bushcraft practitioner. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right. Thank you so much. Chim.
Yes, thank you, Rudolph. Like I said earlier, originally I wasn't sure I was going to join the show, but then I decided to take a nap before the show started, and then somehow the nap took me. I've tried to go back to see if I can listen to get a bit context, but I'm still not able to, because it's difficult to listen to what's going on here and then listen at the same time on the phone. So that's the honest truth. But the point is, I wasn't here when Charly Boy made the comment that tickled revolutionary. So I don't know the context in which he was saying, who know their father.
No, it wasn't here. It wasn't on this program. It was somewhere else.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
I didn't tell him. I didn't watch it. I didn't know about it.
That's actually what I want to talk about, because so the point I want to say is this. There are several contexts, one of them being politically clear to all of us. We have a president who there's been a dispute about his parentage. Who's his father? Where does he come from? Who are his classmates? And all sorts. Could that be the context in what he was saying? That's one. The other one is, I come from an Igbo society. And in Alibo, Anajo say, Nayawonye. Nayawonye does not mean we're trying to create a class system.
There you go.
It's always that concept of trying to know your heritage.
Mm-hmm.
You have a clean heritage in the sense that, because Ajo Nayawonye, is this somebody we can trust? This is behavior that we don't like. Can we link it to his father? Do you understand? I don't remember Igbo society telling us that Rudolph had been a millionaire. Maybe those things are happening in this generation. But at least in the generation when I was growing up as a child, the open system where Igbos come to a parliamentary system to talk, nobody's money is more important than anybody's money.
Yeah.
But when you're talking, they consider your antecedents. Iwonye, where do you come from? Can we trust the things you're saying? So I'm not here to hold forth for Area Fada. I'm not exactly his fan. But one thing I will also say is this. When it comes to a political struggle, you don't need to be my friend so long as you're speaking in line with what society generally agrees with. Nigeria is seeking a change. We have a government led by a person right now who is turning things further down, decaying the society. And every person is speaking up. And like they always say, it may not be 100% correct. They say, if the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that's why right now you see people banding together, trying to see how they can extricate Nigeria from the stranglehold that Tinubu and his Lagos trying to borrow from Mayegun Abobakus are trying to constitute Nigeria into. I don't think anybody will see what he's doing and appreciate what he's doing. The man is trying to turn Nigeria into another supposed garage system. So if that is okay to anybody, that's not okay to a lot of people. I don't come from a very wealthy, popular family, but I don't think that's the kind of society we want to see. So I just felt like keeping that in. Always good sometimes to ponder and ask yourself, what context is this person talking about? And that's what I wanted to chime in. I haven't listened fully to his interview, so I can't speak to what he said right here, but I just wanted to address that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chim. And let's go to Madam Luke. What happened to her again? Okay, all right.
Hello.
Hi, Madam Luke. Yeah, nice.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Good afternoon from over here, my wonderful panelists, viewers, commentators, and the moderators. Good to be here for our own Odogu, Charly Boy. I listened to what he had to say, and I believe it was very, very mature of him in his usual classic style to portray his views. The reason I came was because of Mr. Revolution. Now, I do understand that we are all suffering from this class stigma, but I do believe you took Mr. Charly Boy's words out of context, and I am happy that Mr. Chin had come up here to clarify. Like Mr. Chin said, we are dealing with a situation whereby most of the people ruling Nigeria are not Nigerians. What Charly Boy was trying to say, who is your father? Meaning, where do you come from? Where is your ancestral land? Who are your kinsmen? That was what Charly Boy meant, not to use that as a situation whereby you are seen as using your status to oppress somebody. So that is the reason why I just came to address that, because everything Charly Boy said was on point, and he was just trying to set the situation first, set the record straight. Why we are in trouble. All the money they're giving to people, the government is spending right now are all borrowed money for which generation to pay for. So my dear Mr. Revolution, he wasn't talking about class war. He wasn't talking about socioeconomic discrimination. Even now, when we call, if you tell anybody in Nigeria now, especially in any high authority, who is your father? When they ask you that question, you are to be able to trace your generation to 3 generations down. I can tell you my grandfather. I can tell you my grandfather's parents. Most of these people in Nigeria in politics cannot tell you where they came from. That was exactly what Mr. Charly Boy was saying. Now, he is there in Lagos, has established his roots in Lagos. His father was a judge in Lagos. So these are people that you can trace their ancestry in Nigeria. Can you trace Tinubu's ancestry? The answer is no. Can you trace Shatima's ancestry? The answer is no. There are many people in power now that you cannot trace their ancestry. And that is what Mr. Charly Boy was saying. And having named a street after them, you are now removing that street, removing their heritage, so that they have totally obliterated their existence in Lagos. These are people who lived 3 generations in Lagos. You grew up with them and you say you know. So it's not a matter of a class war. They are not trying to do anything like a discrimination or anything. It's to establish a domain. Where exactly do you come from? That was what he was trying to say. Not that your Mercedes is bigger than mine, or your father's house is bigger than mine. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Luke. Revolutionary, you want to say something?
Of course, I want to say something, but you know, I have to listen carefully to them. Maybe you know, when somebody like us speak, we don't just speak because to make name or make somebody angry or to show that something was wrong. I'm not a kid. Go and watch that clip. He went around. I mean, he was in about 2 or 3 stations recently when they changed his when that bus stop issue was on. It was 3 or 4. He's somebody I like to follow. You understand? Because he said something one time ago. Those days they used to support, oh, now my thief better pass your thief. That was where they made their mistake. I don't know whether you have ever heard that from him. But he's a person I follow. Anytime I see on the YouTube or whatever, Charly Boy, I used to listen. And he talks. You understand me? But if you guys think you are giving me a point of correction, that maybe I took it a little bit, and you people and some people will try to deny there's no class system in Nigeria, then I will let me just will I say let it be like that. If you think there's no class system in Nigeria and that everybody is equal in that country called Nigeria, because most of you educated people sometimes are branded, most of you guys educated illiterates. What you people do is to leave the problem. You don't go to the roots of Nigerian problem. Sometimes you want to cover, when people like us make an opinion or show our own feelings of what is happening in Nigeria, you will try to put us down. That what my imagination or my thinking was wrong. Let me tell you, I'm an Igbo guy, correct guy. So if you try to say, oh, I took it out of context, this is a Nigerian system. When somebody makes a point, they tell you, you took it out of context. That was not what he meant. But listening to what he said on those interviews, I hope you guys are good in internet. Go and check it. Go and check it, and you will read the body language, everything. What he said that made me pick up a point from there. I picked a point there. If you say I was wrong, I don't have to argue with any of you. If you say, oh, I took it, I'm not a person who, I've made my point clear. And we, the street boys of Nigeria, which Showore is fighting for, because, sorry, doctor, I won't waste much time again. You know, when we talk about the politicians in vogue now in Nigeria, people who are really working to solve Nigeria problem today, many people will always try to overlook Showore because they think it's radical. He should grow up. Somebody in this platform asks, what does he really stand for? A lot of people ask it, and I just keep laughing at them. Showore is fighting for equality in Nigeria, which is the basic problem in that country. I don't want to hear somebody tell me because we are so divided. There was a time Nigeria was sweet. There was a time, no matter where you come from, we lived together in that country, Nigeria. There was a time you will not even know who is the guy on the next door. Suddenly, the class system changed. And the problem of Nigeria today, the people making a lot of noise today, are the middle class that doesn't exist anymore. That is the biggest problem we are facing today. The middle class, these bad guys that came to power, they took everything to themselves and the middle class disappeared. That is the problem in Nigeria today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Revolution. Now, who else, just before we round up on that?
Rudolph, if I may address my brother, Revolution now. I would suggest
please don't address me, make your point, sir.
No, the point I'm trying to make is
I'm making my point. Make your point. Don't
your point is very
me. I don't want this addressing like I'm a kid. Make your point. Don't address me, please. That is what I'm talking about, this class system. I made my point. Please, Igbo basis, I call you Day. I respect you a lot. Make your point. Don't address me, please.
All right. Here is what I wanted to say. I think it would be nice if you can get in touch, not in the public forum, by what I just said to you, because I like your personal by all angles. There are a few things that we can talk about. And the reason being that those who live to come back each and every day. Listen, I'm hoping to be 1995 and more. It's not because of anything else. We've been there, done that. Some of us came here, went back with our head on our shoulders. We have to change Nigeria. But at some point, we realized that that place is our country, and by all means necessary, in the end, we return back to our country. And that's just the fact. If you don't come, Europe come back to Nigeria, and your shoe don't they dry finish, and you they walk on the streets with your suit, well don't tear, yet you go America. After you experience that, then you realize that a couple of ways you can join them to be a thief, or you can say, no, I can't do this. I can party from a different perspective. And then you walk your path until your dying day. So some of us who have been there, done that, when Nigeria was sweet, Nigeria will still be sweet. Divorce is a very difficult thing. It's a very easy thing to make divorce. But the things we follow, can you carry it? So I think sometimes we could talk in the background. Some of us are fighting as hard, but we don't show it up, because after we show it up, then what? So we don't do that. If you go back to the things that we established from the last count, we didn't discard it. We left it there. We left our websites open for 27. And when that time comes, I do hope. I said, what are you waiting for 27 for? This is the time that every block should be chipped away until the solution is found. We can't just chip it away and say, okay, 27 comes here, and then what? They do the abracadabra again. They're doing it now. So we are there live in Port Harcourt, looking at it, what was going on, 4 a.m. So we don't want that to happen again. Listen, if they chase you for the place where you go, where you there now, where you go. There comes a time when somebody, in wherever you are, ask you, now where you come from, self. Then you realize it's time to go.
All right.
Let's talk in the background, my dear brother, Revolution now. I would really appreciate it, so that we can go ahead and practice our bushcraft in a way that everybody will realize the difference between bushcraft.
I don't want to be lectured. Say whatever you want to say openly. Let everybody hear it, please. Don't lecture me, please, sir.
We don't have that much time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Revolution now. Ovie, you're next.
I'm actually in the middle of.
Okay, we can't hear you.
I lodge in San Antonio.
Your connection is not
Can
good.
you hear me now?
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, middle of nowhere. I woke up in Austin, had a lunch in San Antonio, Houston for dinner. So I pull up to support my my revolution that even though we know they see eye to eye these days. But I think to actually stand where revolution is coming from, is stand the country that it lives in. And there's historical background to this. Revolution, I totally agree with you. Anybody can say there is no class in Nigeria. Yes, you might not see it nationally, but narrow it to your tribe or the three big tribes, class day, level day. We deny them, but it's obvious to the blind that there's class system in Nigeria. But that's a different. But to understand where it's coming from, right, is to understand kind of economy that Switzerland where practice and because of happening in New York, the
All right, we can hear Ovie. I don't know about you guys. I can hear him. We have to move on. Ovie, you can drive to Arizona, and when you get to Arizona, your connection will be better. We can hear you. Yeah, Madam Luke, go ahead. I'll see Jonaba. I will bring you next. Madam Luke, go ahead.
My dear, I beg, I'm still on this Mr. Revolution matter. You see, when we come up here, we have to be very careful. I think we are deviating from the topic. And then with your emotions, I'm not trying to lecture you, but when when our emotions get the better of us, we become borderline insultive. You cannot refer to us as educated illiterates because we went to school or whatever, or when people who went to school try to lecture you. I think that is pretty insulting because we haven't got to that stage. Nobody here said that there is no class system and there's no class war. Nobody denied that there is, but that is not what Charly Boy represents, and that is what we're trying to say here. If you look at Charly Boy, everything he has done in Nigeria, is it not the same thing Showore is doing? Charly Boy is also fighting for the common man. Only because he made a statement, who is your father, is what is causing this problem. So please, we need to watch what we say here and not take things out of context. Mr. Charly Boy understands that despite the fact that his father was a judge, he understands that there's class war. And that is why he always fights for the underdog. And that is why he is doing what he's doing. And that is why he's upset that the legacy that they've left in Lagos has been removed. It's not a matter of whose father is bigger than whose father. That is not what Charly Boy is all about. So please, let us be careful with what we say and really exchange our views without throwing. It's something like called lateral violence. When you don't attack somebody directly, but you give side shots just to ding and discredit what somebody is saying. Because here, nobody has ever discredited what you said, Mr. Revolution. Nobody referred to you as an illiterate. Nobody referred to you as anything. So please don't call us names on the side. Thank you.
All right, Madam Luke, thank you. Let's see. Janaba, you're next.
Dr. Rudy, it's nice to see you, fellow panelist. I watch your interview with Charly Boy from the very end from the beginning to the end. I know James came in first and all that, and he doesn't have enough time. And actually, I do not have a question for him, rather to thank him for all he's doing. I the problem that I observe with all of us, including myself, because none of us is perfect, um, is we believe that one person's actions stop the other person or way of life. That's not true. Even people that are from the same father, the same mother, the same father, even identical twins, there are difference in many ways. And our differences is not a problem. It's what you decided to do with your life and what you is your pursuits in life. And come to the word, who is your father? Charlie Boy, regardless of the word Charlie Boy that make him young forever, is 75 years old. And the mentality of 75 years old man will be different from people like Rudolph in their 40s. So you have to you have to look at people and look at the music they're listening to in those days, the food, the culture, in as much as everything changes. When he uses the word, who is your father? Every Nigerians know that that is a class word. So there is nothing take away for my respect for Charlie Boy, but that is a class word. And there is class around the world. And people can say something. I believe that if Revolution now asks him directly, he will explain better. And if he have to apologize, he will do it because he's a public servant. It's like me now seeing Showore going around with ex-police people. I can fight for to reform police, but for me, it's karma that catch up with those police guys. So me, I'm not going to be supporting him because he's going around with these ex-police people. If you know what those cockroach do to people when they're in power, he will not come and sit side by side or stand side by side with us. Hey, pay them pension. If they were in the same shoe, they will do the same thing. Those people that you see today. And is it right for not to fight for them? I don't know, but those when you have done things and it will come back to you, it's what you learn from it. It's not that you don't deserve a full pension or retirement. You deserve it, but you are no different from the people that are doing it to you. That's my own. So if that will not take anything, even if for me. Even if Charlie Boy used who is your father, meaning in a class way, with all that he has done, it will be one of the box that I will check. The only problem we put everything of what somebody have done to ruin everything. I think we should look at it that some people can misspoke, use word that sometimes there are things we say in the private we can't say in the public. It doesn't because if except if we mistakenly say it, then we take it back. But not doesn't mean that we don't mean it. Or if people open us up to say, see it from this perspective, and if we have a teachable spirit, then we learn from it. Now, apart from that, now to see you, I think you have changed your glasses, my young man. So I've been here. You're asking me of restaurants we went to in Jamaica. It's your town,
Are
so
you
you should
coming?
know better.
Are you coming to
Yeah,
New York?
yeah.
Okay, let me know.
I will. Take care.
All right.
Good to see you, brother.
Okay, thank you, Jonaba. All right,
Okay.
so that's it. Unless we can go to another. There's something that Jonaba said that reminded me of something. He talked about people who the police people and who were when they were in power, no retired police officers that Shore was fighting for. That when they were in power, that they were not treating people well. I saw this video of Army General, retired general, who had his house destroyed in Abuja, and people were very sympathetic to him. And I was thinking, when he was a military man, and let's watch the video. Let me not be the one talking. Let's watch. Okay, so I'm having system problems today. I'm not sure it's not playing. Okay.
Owned by a retired general. Everything in the garden worth millions of naira was completely demolished, and the destroyed items were chattered away by scavengers, popularly known as Babambola. What a great loss. The shocking part of the story is that the said general was not informed, no quick notice from the development control.
Good evening, sir. We have seen the way these people destroy your garden. We are not happy. But what happened, sir?
What will I do? I was here in the morning and I saw them coming. They say they are from development control. And they started marking the place. I say, what for? They say they are demolishing. I say, how can you demolish? Without notification, without anything. They say they must demolish today. And I begged them, I said, please. I met the director on Mr. Galadima, who I used to know. And I said, please, give me 1 week. He said no. I said, okay, just give me a day to move my properties out of there. He said no, they will not allow me, they will just destroy everything. And before I know it, they brought the tractor
and they start leveling everywhere.
And as they were leveling, the area boys, the Babambola started stealing everything. So today, what was here yesterday is totally flattened by development control, who claimed that they were acting under authority of the minister.
Sorry, sir. But we have seen like all your fridge and all other things are completely destroyed.
Was crushed with their tractor.
This is serious.
Crushed, including my personal document that I begged to be able to remove. They never allowed me to remove it time.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for what happened, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for what happened, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
This is a sad news and a harsh action to a retired general who has served his country for good 35 years.
Look at those fridge there. Go that side. You see that fridge? You know?
Everything. We did not even carry anything.
Yeah. How you not carry anything? No, come this side and see. Oh boy, see how many millions of naira we don't go here now. Kai.
The reason behind the operation by the development control remain unknown, but a humiliated action against the retired general with no regard.
All right. This reporter was a wonderful guy. but the point I'm trying to make is that when we talk about the country and making sure that we follow due process, sometimes some people think that they will be exempted from that. Sometimes we see that nobody will be exempted. I was thinking when I was watching that, when this man was a general in the military, did he push for the establishment of that due process so that even someone who is nobody will be treated well? And that's the only thing that concerns me. I'm not thinking about, I don't live there anymore. I'm not thinking about anything happening to me. But there are people there, and that's the easiest way to solve some of these problems that might look difficult, big. But we don't want to push for things like that until we become. I just look at him and I'm looking at this. Anyway, so Janaba, you reminded me of that when you were talking about. All right, so maybe.
Dr. Damage, can this man sue anybody?
I wanted to say that Gwenga Daniels, some of you might know him, former governor of Ogun State. They also destroyed his house. And from what I heard, the current governor was saying that it had nothing to do with politics, but that nobody's above the law. I wish in all cases they would say that. I wish that we do that all the time, that nobody's above the law. But in some cases, people are above the law. All right, Chim, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Rudolph, so this happened in Abuja, right?
Yeah.
Okay. For those who have lived in Abuja, I've been privileged to live in Abuja, and I served in Abuja. When the city was being designed, there were certain areas that were designated green areas. Those are supposed to be totally left fallow, nothing to be built in there. It was supposed to be just, green areas, as the word says. Now, a lot of these high-value people began to, because of their influences and ability to penetrate FCDA, that is the Federal Capital Development Authority, they would go there and get fictitious papers and go build on lands where they were not supposed to be built on. The last time any intent to sanitize Abuja was made was when El Rufai, hate him or like him, used to be the minister of the Federal Capital Territory. He pulled down the former chairman of PDP, a very influential man we all know, Colonel Ahmadu Ali, the popular Ahmadu Ali of Ali Must Go. For anybody who understands what Ali Must Go means, he pulled down the man's house, and two of them were in PDP. And he pulled down the houses of lots of other PDP leaders who had built on places they were not supposed to be building structures. Now, if that is what is happening to this general, because most of the time it's military generals who have influence to acquiring properties that build things in places they shouldn't be building. And then, of course, by the time the politicians joined them in 1999, it became a norm. Of course, the politicians had influence too. So I guess Gbenga Daniels understands that he too had built on such a place, and that's why he didn't make any noise. Coming to this general, I empathize with him. If his property was properly acquired on the right spot, I don't think he would be that quiet. I'm sure he would have been making a case for it. He would have gone to court. But you see, anybody who is doing what is wrong knows what they're doing is wrong. And so if you're doing what is wrong and you get touched, of course, you did what is wrong. You will just keep quiet and count your losses and move on. That being said, it doesn't mean that even if he did what was wrong, there shouldn't be due process, like you rightly said. There should be a procedure to, tell him to move his things before they destroy, or tell the public why that property is being demolished. That is also not being done. So there is the issue with Nigeria is we do the wrong things, then we also use the wrong approach to solve the wrong things, and then we keep creating wrong process over wrong process. So I'm sure if Wike wants to do his job well, there are lots of people who are involved, including members of his own political party. Or sorry, I take that back. I'm not sure what political party he belongs to right now. So the party of the people who gave him office, I'm sure he would be able to find a couple of them also who have broken the law, that he would need to sanitize wherever it is they have set up their structures. Now, I will end on this back based on what was said earlier. I'm not sure the context where our brother was talking about the middle class and the things that are being wrong, but I want us to be very honest with ourselves. We have a society, especially in Lagos, where we've had a governor who is the president now. He's been trying to change things to suit his own narrative. For anybody who is discerning and wants to be honest, there is an attempt to uproot what was existing and implant what he wants as the grum norm of how that state is run. He is removing what for those who read the Bible call old landmarks and setting up new ones. Now, for anyone to say that is not another class war, for those who are talking about a class war, when you remove something and you want to implant a new one, you are engaging in a class system. That is what the Soviet Bolsheviks were doing when they carried out the revolution in Russia. They removed an existing one and planted a new one. That is what the Ayatollahs in Iran did. They removed the system where the Shahs were and implanted their own Islamic revolution. It happens all the time. The question to ask is, what those people are doing, is that the right thing? Is that the way society should be run? If you ask me, I would say no. So I empathize with that general, but maybe we need to probe further and find out, was his property cited on the wrong spot? If it was, then I have no empathy. My empathy has a limit. It has a limit. That's just what I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. And let's welcome KJ. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Madam Luke, Jonaba, Chim, Mr. James, The Revolution, and my only and only uncle on the other side of Uzakoli, Igbo Basics. I'm trying to let them know that anytime you're passing, they must have to collect tax from you. You can't be passing for nothing these days. Especially the fact that your uncle said that he had not eaten any money. I want to ask Uzakalo if he has not really eaten any money. Anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I think you did a wonderful job with Charly Boy. I wanted to,
sorry, KJ, sorry to chew. And we should look at this whole concept in the light of what happened with Kwam One. I'm not sure if you discussed that and the flight. It's the same attitude. Do you understand? Because he belongs to the new group I'm talking about. He feels he belongs to that new group. He thinks he can flow the processes.
Okay. Okay, I don't think that, going straight to the point, I don't think that Charly Boy is actually talking about class here. The reason, if you go beyond what the media is writing, the reason why he was even named, a bus stop was named after him, was because he gave over 250 people scholarship. He gave a lot of people bikes who were doing kabu-kabu with bikes there. He had a lot of empowerment he did in that area at the time. And if Charly Boy was actually after class, he will not be living where that Charly Boy bus stop is. Of course, you guys know that it wasn't a very developed area before now. And I was part of Charly Boy's team. Or rather, let me say, I was an independent group of persons that work with Charly Boy on Zoom time. So I wanted to see him and tell him, zoom, 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 zoom. All right. So we worked on that, and he's a nice guy, even though I think he still owes me some money. But it's okay. Charly Boy is a wonderful person, and he represents a class that if we have a lot of them in Nigeria, we will not have a country where the government is docile and can do anything and walk away. That is why I keep saying that if you like Shore, you don't like Shore, it doesn't matter. Those are the people that push the lead. You need people to push the lead. You need people to ask those questions, whether jokingly or otherwise. Remember, before now, Charly Boy and Ali Baba was the only people who could go to government functions and play joke on the people. Before that time, you couldn't do it. You couldn't even criticize the government official. But these people took the lead, and today we have so many people who are doing that, not because they started it, but because they saw, a pathfinder, and that pathfinder is people like Charly Boy. And even if you talk about in the terms of music and not conforming to the norm, the genre that was existing, Charly Boy brought a difference. Those days when we watch Charly Boy, dancing on TV, we used to really wonder, is this guy, is he okay? Because we were all small when we began to know about Charly Boy. With all those buckles that he wears around, we say, this guy must be something else. I mean, which person brought his beginning? Well, of course, Charly Boy never stayed with his class because his father was a judge and a very prominent one for that matter.
Yeah.
Would have been mixing at a very high level if he wanted to, because at the time we are talking when we were in primary school. Okay, so it was you really will see people mixing at that level. Okay, but he was living in a place hitherto where people like him will not live. If you remember, if those of you who followed his Justice Oputa very well, you know that he always criticizes his son for a long time, and then eventually accepted him. So I think Charly Boy have seen both sides of being loved by the people, or loved by his parents and all that. And whatever he says, judge him, like him or don't, he has paid dues, and I think he stands tall in the record of time, especially when it has to do with entertainment industry in Nigeria. I thank you guys.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Let's see. I think I saw CM. After CM, we probably...
Okay, sorry. Let me just comment on that general, please. I heard somebody say something. The general, I watched that video. It's like an Igbo proverb where you say that, leg has broken the lion, so goat can tell him to, this is chief of theirs, this thing. You see, before now, you cannot dare. Who are you to go and take down a general's building? But today, the general can't even walk properly, and so he's sitting down, and they're knocking down his building, and he can't say nothing. Let me tell you what happened, because we had a little bit of that background. What he would have simply done was to call another general who is serving and say, I need a truckload of infantry battalion here. And they will come and, and they would, before, latest 30 minutes, there'll be full, army regiment there that will take down everybody. If need be, beat you people and take you to the barracks. But you see that the scenarios have changed. And it's not necessarily because the man bought a wrong land, just like Chim said. The people in government has always used this demolition exercise as a way of dealing with their political enemies in Abuja. They didn't start with this guy. El-Rufai did it. Remember, Zingina's house was broken down in Asokoro, saying that the house was on the pipeline and they were going to do... Nothing had been done on that land until left Nigeria. And there are several of them whose houses were brought down. They were... doing that to their political opponent whenever they have the opportunity to do that. So, and you see the policy of using the green area as not building, no building to be there. This thing was there, but there are also green area that was sold to individuals, because I know my friends still have one till today. They were sold to them to use partially as green area and partially as residence. So they develop it as a green area, as a park. But in some part of the land, they also build their house there. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So that is exactly what happened to this man. His house is part of the green area, and they brought it down with other things he was already putting in that place. And I think I don't know who he has offended, but if you notice at his age, I don't think he can stand up to do anything. That's why he's sitting there, not because he couldn't do anything or not. At least even as a general, he still has his bodyguard. They call them backman until he dies. The army will still send a backman in his house every morning. So his backman will be there. If it's something he wanted, it could have been done. Thank you.
Yeah, but what you should be asking as a country is for somebody to be given a couple of days to take your personal papers, whatever.
No. Why should they give? Is he a human being? Nobody should give any. It's human beings who give this. People like this is. That's why I say. Well, hold on, Dr. Damian. This is very important. What we do to ourselves is what other nations see and do to our people where they are. If you can do this your own people, and then you think they will treat them better in Ghana or in Ivory Coast or Congo or Cameroon, we are even more wicked than our own than other people. Look at a man said, "Give me 1 week." He said, "No, you must bring it down." Okay, why don't you allow him carry his things? No, you must bring it down. So when you finish bringing it down, tomorrow you live in heaven, right? You go and leave the world and live in heaven because somebody else will do to you what you have done to him. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. CM, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. Good evening, everybody. I believe I'm coming out very clear. If not, I don't know what to do again. Actually, I tried to get in to put a question across to Charly Boy. He always been my favorite to listen to, but I wasn't able. Now, the whole saga about this Charly Boy issue that is trending is just because of the mere fact that sometimes Nigerians will push the boundary beyond what it should be. The issue of Charly Boy bus stop, it was not a creation of the local government council. That is the Bariga area. No. It was just because Charly Boy lived in one area, very undeveloped in those days. But the guy was able to use his influence to develop it in a little way, empower the local people, train them, hundreds of them, like he said, but nobody remembers that. By the way, what is Charly Boy bus stop? It wasn't a recognized bus stop. It's just that the people feel this is where Charly Boy lives. Oh, the man who, identifies with the poor people. So when you're driving now, they said, okay, stop me by there, near Charly Boy's house, which I've passed through. In those days, he used to have an American flag, British flag, I think German and Nigeria or thereabout, or some so. So people now nicknamed it Charly Boy bus stop and they started functioning. So is that what is making a big deal? Changing it just to bring Igbophobia to everything about Nigeria in Lagos. It's a shame because I've just read an article written by one Bolaji Akiyemi who harped on this Charly Boy issue to be able to espouse the narrative on what Omoluabi should be in Lagos and what it shouldn't be. You buy land in Lagos, it's now tagged land grabbing. You sell a piece of swampy area in Lagos, 200 million, as if it's a cheap money. Then 20 years later, you are grabbing land. If there are land grabbers in Yoruba land, it should be the people who took over a lorry. That is the land grabbing. People took over a lorry and seized it, installed an emir there. We thought that Odua People's Congress, OPC, led by Gani Adams, should recover it. They had to go and drag Buhari to the post to come and contest for presidency of Nigeria. Not really because Buhari want to improve Nigeria, but just to restore that, that land. That is what is called land grabbing. And not for somebody, if you buy land, they start to change one street to the other, all these things. These are just Igbophobia, and the crudest form of Igbophobia. It's a shame that they extended it to Charly Boy, who helped to train the local people there, only to come and then that's what people are talking. Land grabbing. They want to take over Lagos. Everybody, what is land grabbing? You said you say your land. I remember being the secretary when I was a student in Lagos, being made the assistant secretary from there to secretary as a non-financial member of my town. Every time we hold a meeting, monthly meeting, before we should close, the chairman will announce that somebody wants to talk to us at the end of the meeting. You will see one man come. He will say he has the land to sell. That so plot is so plot. If you can buy two, you get a discount. If you can buy this. Then you wonder, why are they coming to Igbo meeting to come and tell them to buy land? This is in a meeting. Ask anybody in Lagos. Agoda area, Agoda Orile area, all those Ekatesu Lere. They come there and be asking you, come and buy land, though, if you can buy 2 or 3. Then you buy. Later they will not tell you you are grabbing land. What nonsense are we talking about? What type of Igbophobia? Is it because Nigerians are afraid to face the truth? Today they are talking of Igbophobia. But one mistake people are making is that people are not going to take this lying low. You can't come and take my money and they you take my money, then I buy land, became a landlord. Tomorrow you tell me, pack and go. You grab my land. Who takes that? People should go and look at Gaza, the way Gaza is now and look at Gaza 30 years ago, I can supply the picture. Gaza, the area called West Bank and Gaza, in the middle. Let them go and look at the picture, the way that place is, at least 1990 to 1995. And then let them go and look at the way it is now. So people should be careful what they wish for. Fulani cannot come and grab a lorry under whatever guise, install an emir. Then if I now buy land somewhere, somebody will tell me is you are grabbing. Chinese are buying land in Lagos. Lebanese are buying land in Lagos. Who tells them land grabbing? Only an Igbo man, they will just go and say grabbing land. Now they are using Charly Boy as a cover. People should be careful. This is 2025. Nobody is saying, look, we live in .com. Anywhere you buy land is your home. It's your own. You protect it. The area of abandoned property, that has gone. It can never repeat itself again in Nigeria. Abandoned property, taking somebody's land by force, property by force, it has gone under whatever guise. I only pity people that cannot see what is happening in Gaza today. If some people want to turn their place into Gaza, we welcome it. It's as simple as that. I wanted to let Charly Boy know that. Because plan is afoot to come and reenact one useless retrogressive idea, all in the name of land grabbing. Who is a land grabber? I bought land. If you buy a house in UK or US, will Americans call you land grabbing? Don't people buy houses all over the world? Are they called land grabbing? When it gets to Ndibo, everybody will now call in one language. They are grabbing land. They want to take over Lagos under whatever guise they are destroying. That thing should stop. That's what I wanted to let Charly Boy know. If he can't take it up, then it's up to him. Enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will play one more video. This video, I actually wanted to play it for Charly Boy, but because we didn't have enough time, I didn't get to that. So let's watch. All right, sorry, my computer today has been acting up.
Took work. You know, this is the real me. I've always been free, expressive, open. But my relationship with my body, you know, when you're only used to being naked during sex, you perceive your body as something usable for sex, and that's all. But this is a body that carries the vessel of God. This is the body that can regenerate, can heal and restore itself. This is a body that never turns on itself, but instead responds to everything you feed it. And so as I reflect, if there's an option for me to live freer, to give my body a little more freedom, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna choose that option every time. One, because it's me genuinely being myself. And two, it's overcoming a fear. It's overcoming an old idea of what, of my identity. This is my identity. This is me remembering that, wait, I'm so much more than who I used to be and how I used to perceive my body, you know? And so this is me, and I'm so comfortable. I'm sitting at the shore, breasts out, picking seashells. Like, this is who I am, and it's who I've always been. I just had to come here to remember, and seeing all the other women do it and just to be so comfortable within themselves inspired me to remember to do the same thing. So, yeah, guys, cheers. There's so much more to life than what you know now. You just have to choose it every time.
All right, I know it's far-fetched, and I wanted to explain this to Charly Boy, but there's something about someone like Fela, Charly Boy, and people like that who went against what the society is demanding of them or expected of them. And they were able to achieve something that is like what that girl is saying, freedom. And I keep thinking, if we don't have people like this, people who could say, my dad wants me to be a doctor, or like Fela, my dad wants me to be a lawyer, I want to be what I want to be, and move on it and accomplish it. Imagine how many characters we lost in Nigeria because they followed the path that they were expected to follow. I wanted to bring it up to him to see what looking back, the revolt against his father, which most people know about, that ended up being who he became, and whether he thought he had any regret. And I've seen him say he didn't. And what, for me, he inspired a lot of people also to say, I'm not going to abide by this expectation. And I wanted to have a conversation around what we lose as a society when people conform to the expectations. Even we had a guest here who said she didn't want to marry, and a lot of people had issues with that. But people had to I think the more people we have, I think one of the things holding our society in Africa is that we want to comply, want to follow the trend. We don't want to strike out. And when I see people like Charly Boy or people like Fela, or people who decide on their own that they want to do this and they do that, I look at them as the people who actually sustain society, not those who conform. So maybe we can take 2 minutes or 3 to have a conversation around that. If anybody has a way in on anything, and you know, like, did you follow your society, the society expectation, or did you break out and do what you wanted to do? All right. Let me start with you, Madam. Look, I'll go down. Sorry for those who haven't spoken in a while. So I don't
Thank
get
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I, for one, you already know I'm a nonconformist. So the only way you can protect your peace is to avoid people who don't share the same views with you. Because at a stage in life, you can't convince anybody to tell you how to live your life. And you have no business trying to convince anybody to tell them how to live their lives. Everybody grown adults. Even my 18-year-olds, I can't tell them what to do. First day of school was when? Was it here in Cobb County? Was it on Monday?
We're here to start here.
Yeah. So the people that were supposed to go to school on Friday, they say here, we're not going to go. It's a waste of time. So they decided that everybody will go to school on Monday. So today is Sunday. That's a week gone. So first day of school, I'm at work. I have my camera all over the house looking at what they're wearing to school. And I'm looking at the outfit one of them is wearing to school. And I'm like, do I go back home now and rip this clothes off, or do I just stay put where I'm at? And I chose to stay put where I was, because sometimes you have to pick your battles. And sometimes, and I remember there's something called alligator Alcatraz. There's something called alligator Alcatraz waiting for you. If you make me with your citizenship or your green card or whatever you think you got, a boat is waiting to take you straight to Eswatini. You even get to Nigeria, you're going straight to Eswatini. So, what am I trying to say? You just have to let people do what they want to do. But because we have two very venomous policies in Africa, religion and tradition, people are never going to be who they are, even if they're not bothering anybody. Just the fact that they see you, the way you do your things differently, is because their Bible says or tradition says. You are a nonconformist. You are just going to be, harassed, so to speak. So sometimes people are so vicious, you might even lose your life. So what am I saying? I'm one person that I respect people's boundaries. I don't really care what you're doing. I may not like it, but I believe in live and let live. Just like I want everybody to let me be who I am. It doesn't necessarily mean I cannot be with you in the same room. It doesn't necessarily mean you cannot be my friend. But when it comes to that boundary where you have to push your views on people, that is where you need to step back. Here we are. Somebody just made a simple statement. Who is your father? Look at the different ways people read it. In different ways. Somebody said potato, another said potato, somebody said tomatoes. Just because we cannot see things eye to eye. But I would rather I wouldn't take the most vicious part of the argument. It's a class war. No, that's too drastic. I would rather say, okay, it's a form of looking for identity. But why must we always defer to the most vicious and the most heinous route for controversy and just to cause friction? That I don't understand. Nobody is saying that there's no class war. Nobody said there's no gender war. But can we manage it differently with self-respect and maintaining boundaries? Like somebody says on the on the group chat, you don't have to respond. Can you just walk away if you don't agree with something? But why give a dog a bad name just to kill it? Is my question. So I'm all for freedom. My bohemian lifestyle, rocks. That is why I'm very protective of who I like to allow to come around me, because if I don't see some commonality in what we're doing, or you don't know how to respect boundaries, I can never be around you, because you will be very offensive to me. If you don't respect my boundaries, I cannot respect you, period. Just like that, I have Christian friends, I have Muslim friends. The only time we have a problem is if they start opening their mouths. Just keep your shit to yourself. I'm not interested. Let us face what we're doing now. Let's face the project at hand. That doesn't have to do with tradition or religion, and we'll be just fine. We can all get along. And that's why America is a melting pot. You will find all kinds of people here. You don't hear people on Sunday blaring their horns, call to worship. You don't hear people on Friday blaring their whatever, call to worship. Everybody respects boundaries for the most part, unless you give a power to a megalomaniac. Then you now see where we got problems. But things will work out itself, because you can't fool all the people all the time, and nothing lasts forever. So going back to what the video was played, I don't have any problem with what she did. She's free. Look at her, she's happy. How can you quarrel with that? Is she harming anybody? No. But you will find some area fathers roaming around the compound, roaming in that area, trying to commit mayhem, trying to do their thing, because they just can't stand it that somebody's happy and somebody's free. So we all need to check ourselves. What exactly is your issue that you cannot let other people be? If you come from a disadvantaged background where you didn't feel love or you didn't feel respect or whatever, you know what? Then you need therapy. Don't take it out on other people. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to CM. CM, you have 3 minutes. CM, can you hear me? Okay, I think CM is watching soccer, maybe.
His Irish internet is bad.
CM, can you hear me? All right, let's move on. I think, James, let me bring you on. James, we're talking about conformity.
Thank you. I don't have anything to say on this issue.
How come? I know you can't say that, Mr. James. Did you, Mr. James? I know you traveled to it. Hold on. I know you traveled to Israel. You lived in South Africa, and you ended up in Gambia. At any point in your life, did you see yourself where you are now, doing what you are doing, or was there kind of pressure from society for you to conform? And how did you end where you are and what you are doing? Is that what you wanted to do?
So you mean I'm a non-conformist or what?
No, I just want to know. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, did you at any point compromise and say, you know what, I'm going to give up this dream of being in Israel, being in South Africa, touring the world. I will just stay put in Gambia and take care of.
That is my own. I'm living my own life.
But is that the life you wanted to?
In fact, I still have the intention of to travel. Gambia is not my last bus stop. I will still travel. These days traveling is very expensive, and it requires a lot of preparation. That is why I'm saying no. I still want to travel. I will still travel, unquestionably. The issue is that I belong to the ancient school, not even the old school. I belong to the ancient school. So the way I see life is different from the way most people, I see life from my own perspective. And I like, should I say, reasoning with young people or young minds, because of the nature of work I do. I work with young people, a lot of young people. So in order for me to get along with them, I should know their style of reasoning. This is one of the reasons why I keep the company of young people. But I have my own life to live. I don't live my life to please anybody.
All right. Thank you, Mr. James. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
For those greetings.
And greetings, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for having me. And greetings to all the panelists, and greetings to the chat and the viewers. I did listen to a bit of, at least, to Area Fada, as they call him, Charly Boy. I did listen to him, and one of the stories that jumped out at me was his experience, I think somewhere in America, where he said he was attacked and hospitalized for a week. That is quite serious incidents. I guess that's bound to, clear any fog in the eyes of people. And I also got the idea that he put about 80 to 90% of the blame of the problem of this country to Western nations. And this is one of the things people don't understand. Sometimes maybe when you experience it, then you notice some of these problems that occurs to our people. If you've not experienced, you will not notice that most of our people haven't experienced firsthand what it's like. The forces that are responsible for keeping their leaders the way they are. And today, even American government is under a kind of cloud where people are worried that even Western nations are worried that they don't control their leaders. It's a problem, and there is a trend that is going on in the world that I don't even know whether even the world is ready for it. Even people that control AI and all the rest, they are complaining. They don't even know what is coming. And some of the conversations we have is still about big manism, where somebody is saying, "Oh, you better listen to me because I'm all that." And our conversations are sometimes a little bit too, somebody renamed the bus stop. We are in trouble here. And for me, and I refuse to, when they say people have to conform, I'm one of those people that refuse to conform to the way people like to think. I simply don't subscribe to it, because in the end, we are going to perish if we just keep following the same pattern. And the lady that, I don't know, the video that was played about the lady, I don't see anything wrong with what she said. She's happy with herself. So what's wrong with that? People should be allowed to be happy with themselves. So I don't have one issue with that. I just think that Charly Boy is one of those people. When I was in Nigeria, he stood out. Even if just for some of the things he has stood for, is recognized for his. What is wrong with that? If he's giving, I didn't even know he was Igbo, It's today I found out he was Igbo, because I always thought he was like Yoruba, because it's the only Lagos we know about him. I don't know anything anywhere anything else.
Mr. Forefathers, you owe us an apology.
What do you mean?
You didn't know Charly Boy Oputa. What do you know? What name is Oputa?
I didn't even know he was Igbo. I'm telling you.
Excuse me. What name is
all
Oputa?
I know is Charly Boy. I don't know him as Oputa. I know him as Charly Boy. What do you know? I know him as Charly, but I don't know him as Oputa. What is it, my boss? I don't know him as Oputa. All I know is Charly Boy. So I didn't know he was Igbo. Actually, I actually thought he probably was Yoruba, because he's always in Lagos and all those areas. So that's what I thought. And now they are changing his name because of him. I didn't know. But I think he had a lot to offer to Nigerians. He gave Nigerians. He spoke the voices of the masses, isn't it? And some of his opinions are quite strong, and which I subscribe to. When he talked about the changes that are required in this country, you have to break a few eggs. Somebody broke his egg, all right. He was in the hospital for 1 week, and he probably knew where his bread was buttered. And I think maybe Nigerians, until our eyes see pepper, we think we've seen, and he said it, that it's going to get worse. Until our eyes see pepper, we are not going to wake up to the potential dangers we are facing and the challenges that is before us. We think it is less than it actually is. And that is, I don't know what I'm going to do to open people's eyes to the dangers and the problems we face here. It's really serious. This is not Bel Air issue. This is life issue. But sooner or later, events will unfold as it will. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. And I hope I am, actually. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Forefathers. Let's go to Colonial Master. That's a wonderful name. Colonial Master. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. You can't open people's eyes when you can't even adhere to the question on hand. But that said, the world belongs to dreamers, okay? I think, like you alluded to, one of the problems I see in Nigerian society, you said something very pertinent in that if you notice Nigerian society, a lot of people are not in situations where they would like to be it their professions, be it situations like marriages, because they have to conform to society. I personally know people that you could look at them and tell that they are not straight, but were forced into, the conventional marital situation of a man and a woman, people that would rather want to be with maybe the same sex, right? I think, especially given the examples of Charlie Boy and people like Fela, Nigerians, and I would hope it's starting to be so because the society is overwhelmingly youth. They're made up of people below the age of 20 or 35. I would hope that people start encouraging their kids to go towards what they are talented at. Meaning, you see your child. I mean, I understand. Let me backtrack a bit. I understand coming from that society, people will be more mindful about being financially stable. So, of course, a lot of parents will want their kids to go for specialized studies like being a doctor, being a lawyer. But those are not the only people that make up society or could improve a society. You look at, let's say, the Western world, for example. We have artisans, we have artists. I'm not saying everybody should be like Nigeria now, where everybody wants to become a content creator. But at least maybe if you let your kids shine from what God blessed them with instead of what you want to force them into, I think Nigeria and Black Africa at large will see a lot of change. A lot of people, just imagine if Charlie Boy, for example, had become what, a lawyer like his dad, or Fella had become a um a doctor like his brother Becker and the rest of them, like their father wanted them to. Well, they wanted him to become a lawyer, and he decided to become a musician. The world belongs to dreamers. The world belongs to innovators. The world belongs to people that can think outside the box. And this is something I think a lot of Nigerians always neglect, to let their kids express themselves internally, what's really in them, what really they were blessed with, what they really want to do, what they were really put on earth to do. A lot of Nigerian society kills dreams, and it's not just from the top. It's not just from the top itself, the governmental top. It starts from the bottom. You see this child is talented in this. Instead of you to nurture that child and encourage them to become who they could be, Nigerians will kill it. You see the child says, well, and I'm not saying go to college and go study Puerto Rican and African studies. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying,
what's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying, oh, go, that's what you, but if your talents involve something else, I think in a nutshell, without waffling on and babbling, I think Nigerians need to start encouraging their kids, let them achieve their dreams, encourage your kids to speak up, encourage your kids to be dreamers, encourage your kids to be innovators. Don't shut them down when they want to talk. A lot of Nigerians, they want to talk. They shut up, there's adults talking. Let the kids talk, let them express themselves. And I think in doing that, I think we're going to see a beautiful Nigeria emerge.
All right, thank you, Colonel Master. Janaba, you're next. I think.
Yeah. Thank you, Rudy. Are you talking about the conformity?
Yeah. We're talking about that.
Is that what the colonial master said? The people are free to be stripped on the street.
Janaba, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. The young lady, you see, she's free, and I believe uh, she expressed freedom and happiness uh, is radiating around her. You can see it. Um, I think people should be free to be themselves, express themselves freely.
Are you free, Janaba? Are you yourself?
Very much so, very much so. Yeah, at this age and at this point.
Have you given up on something?
Oh, big time, big time. Even coming here, give it. How many of your pastor friends, the one that you brought to campaign for the money that they, when they die, they can use their life insurance for the, where are they? So you're asking me if I have given up for something. How does your friend that come to tell us we should enjoy life after death while we are here, our brain is in place, we should forget about it. What's the difference between them and those people who say they are waiting for virgin on the other side? So it's all the same. So yeah, I give up on so many times. And that is how life should be. Or being controlled, being educated in a wrong way instead of being ourselves and being free. And they control our mind, they control our way of living, our everything around us. But you have to do it by yourself. It's not something because you went to school, you are educated in the way that is already structured that make you educated. I think self-education, self-awareness, sit down and think critically. And even in most cases, you will see that you go against everything that that they have structured to control your mind, your belief system, who you are, what to do, what not to do. I think it's a big thing. The biggest education is just think critically and ask yourself common questions. If this is that and that, why this and why that? And those are the common questions I believe people should ask themselves, and you can live to your own God, whatever you call God, or whatever you think is bigger than you. Even if, like I always say, even if that thing is in you, it's okay to believe there's something bigger than yourself so that in any case you can go back to that your inner self. So I believe in that. I believe people should educate themselves, talk to themselves, have a quiet time to reflect on all the things going on and use it. You don't even have to be a critical thinker to see all that is going on. And one thing Charlie Boy said that my own takeaway is that this thing is falling all over the world, talking about the leadership of the world. That I believe is true, even to this place. So, and it's time for people to think from the grassroots, to think. And once you started coming to yourself, you see that we're all the same thing. And the dream of all that we want to live is the same thing. Everybody just want to be successful. Everybody just want to be happy. Everybody want to be themselves and to be free. And freedom does not mean you do whatever. There are some certain things that you do that is not accepted. That is not classified as a freedom. To me, freedom is that a common sense approach to common being yourself. You should not be told what to do, what to say. You are not a baby. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Janaba. We have about three more. Oh, sorry, less than 1 minute. So, but I will give everybody a chance to conclude. But before we go, I will get everybody.
Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just remind people that next Sunday on 90 Minutes Africa, we're doing something different a little bit. We are bringing a child of a Nigerian born here who was elected to the city council in Texas. His name is Junior Ezano. He's going to come here to talk about prospects and priorities of African children born in the diaspora, politics, life, and whether they owe anything to the motherland. So that would be an interesting conversation if you have your kids who are that age. who may learn something from him, how he went into politics. He got elected at 22, the youngest person in the city council, and he's very ambitious. I met him somewhere in Maryland. So we are going to have a conversation with him next Sunday on 90 Minutes Africa. All right. I think the next.
So the show will be kids friendly, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's a politician, but he's young. Yeah, yeah, of course. I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So let me. Who is next? I think it's Revolution now. Okay.
It's me.
I know I'm coming to you now. I know you're there. You're not next. I'll get to you. I know you just came back. Revolution now. 2 minutes.
Oh, it was me, but my brother is Revolution. Let me leave him. But I thought it was me.
Oh, okay.
Revolution. Go ahead.
No, if it's you, I'd rather.
No, you know, you're my the same style I'm on. You know, the same style. Me and you, same style I'm on.
Anyway, I want to say thank you so much, Rudolph, for the opportunity to air my views. I'm a man, like that lady was saying in that video you played. I believe in saying what is on my mind without caring what anybody says. If I offend them because of my views, I'm somebody also who tell you, well, this program was meant to say your mind, have your say. So I have made my say. If they understood it differently or wrongly, it wasn't meant to bring any confusion or insult to anybody. But I'm a person like that lady. I stand, nobody can stop me from doing what I want to do. When I was growing my rasta, I lost a lot of fake friends what thing they do, you go comb your head. Today, none of them can stand where I am because they see that I face my life. You understand me? They have their own life. So I'm free. And to end, because I would say good night with my last speech, is I want to just say something to my brothers and sisters, because this is like a family to me now. I come in here, whether we meet physically or not physically, but at least we've known ourselves somehow. There's nowhere we walk in New York one day and see you and just walk by, or see KJ and just walk by. I will say, now you, how far? I will do that. And likewise, everybody, whether we agree or not. You understand me? I want to tell Dave Igbo basis, there's no offense. I was just a man. You have called me Siobubu once in this program because you thought, oh, this kind of guy, and so this kind of guy be. I didn't take offense. I'm like that kind of person. I speak my mind because, and also, I want to just finish by this. We should practice what we preach. Good night.
All right. Revolution now. Thank you so much. I thought Chim would be next, but I hope you guys don't mind. I don't know who is next anymore. I
think I'm next.
Let's go to Chim and go that way so that I don't miss people anymore. Chim, what happened? Where is?
Yeah.
Chim,
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
So maybe we should all go back to the Adamic days before. I tend to prefer living life that way. It's maybe there'll be more fun to it. But on a more serious note, as when you were playing that video and as conversation was going on, 2 words jumped out at me from my sociology background, and those 2 words are anomy and deviant.
Anomy and what? I didn't hear the other one.
And deviant.
Okay.
Deviant.
And deviant. And those are very interesting conversations. I remember when I wrote a thesis on that. So I don't know whether to look at it from the anomic tendency or to focus or the deviant angle. There is a deviant tendency in every human being. There is no human being who is wholesomely conformist. Everybody has a tendency that is a mix of both. It all depends on how you are able to elevate that attitude and the interpretation society will give to it. Sorry, somebody's this thing is bugging us.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out who that is.
So between Jagu, Mr. James, and Igbo Basic, one person to push him. put off their stuff. Anyways, so we've always had deviants in society. They help society function. It's like if we don't have ants in our ecosystem, our soil will have a problem. Our plants won't grow properly. That's the same way when it comes to every society. You would have people who lean towards the extreme angle of deviation. They bring a spark to society. But sometimes it also depends on how society accepts them and embraces them. In the same way, I don't think there's any wrong in people being conformist. Without the conformity that we have in society, we'll have a breakdown of law and order. So the armed robber on the streets is a deviant. Are we saying we want the armed robber to run amok? If that's the case, then fine. The prostitute is a deviant. This ecosystem finds a way to accept them. But we also frown a little bit about some of the tendencies and things they do. What I have a problem is when people come to push their deviation and force it on people. I always have a problem with that. Be okay. Yeah, say what you want to say before I continue. I see you want to
Yeah, okay. I just don't want to make you lose your line of thought. I wanted to ask you, do you think Fela is a deviant? Do you think that Charly Boy is a deviant? Because that...
Of course, both of them are deviants with a huge dose of anonymity in them.
Why are they deviants?
Okay, so you already started it. I know Fela's history very well. Fela is somebody I followed. I love his music. I might not have loved his morality. I'm not going to encourage anybody to live his moral life, but I enjoyed his deviation. And his deviation brought spark to society, brought spark to arts and culture. I used to have Fela's CDs all over my house until recently. Maybe because of moving, when you move homes and you lose things. I played Fela's music all the time. There are reverend fathers and ministers who play Fela's music. Because as far as I'm concerned, Fela has a spiritual tendency to him. Yes, as churchy as I am, I understand that. He was like the man who saw tomorrow for me when it comes to Nigeria. I might not love some of his wearing pants around on stage, or the fact that he had a chilling number of women in his life, or the hem he was smoking. Those are different conversations to be had. But when it comes to the thing he propagated, I agree with Fela 150%, if not 1000%. So I think his deviation brought something to society that we can't take away. And that's what that is what any proper deviant, there are some deviants we're not going to accept, but his deviation was useful. The way he fought government, the way he spoke about government. Is there anything Fela sang about that, if we are careful to look back, has not happened in Nigeria or even across the world? There's none. So to that degree, he's a good deviant. If you now throw in Charly Boy into the spark, that's another different conversation altogether. And I can go down the line and start mentioning deviants and all that. They bring a spark. Where I have a problem is this. People tend to make it look like we need to just have deviants all over. No. If we have deviation all over the place, there's going to be chaos. So there is supposed to be an equilibrium, and that is where the conformist comes in. Is the healthy conformist that's your doctor. That's the guy you go for your surgery to. That's the person who teaches you in class. Some of our instructors were also deviants. They taught us some extreme things that were useful to us. So I think rather than look at it from the angle, I don't necessarily agree with the long lady. It's okay to go nude. I mean, I wish I had her courage. I would like to do that, but I don't have her courage. So permit me, I'm not going to go to any beach and go do that kind of thing. So there needs to be a balance in society. Sometimes we need to ask ourselves, to what end is this deviation? That's where I have a problem as a person. I have no problem with anybody. I have children who have told to pursue their dreams. I've been deviant in some things. My parents wanted me to read a particular study and I refused. I didn't necessarily refuse in front of them. All I simply did was, when I bought the JAM form, I was far away where I was going to boarding school. I filled the JAM form myself and I threw it in. You're not going to change it. My father wanted me to go to University of Ibadan. I said, no, that's not where I want to go to. So it all depends. I think society needs a healthy dose of deviation. It is the deviance that brought revolution If everybody had conformed in France, we wouldn't have had the French Revolution. It is the deviants that broke away from the monarchy in UK and came to the new world where you live today. Those are all deviant. Columbus was a deviant to an extent. It depends on how you look at it. But again, and I will end here, what kind of deviance do we want? And there needs to be a balance, because nobody's going to go to a deviant doctor for surgery. You will die. You want that man who is put together to look through your body and carry out that surgery.
I'm not sure they were referring to generality of deviancy. I think they were referring to political deviancy.
No, I'm stretching the conversation. It doesn't have to end with the political.
Okay.
We can stretch it as far as we want. Even in the military, when Nigeria and Africa started having military coups, those were deviants. The Nzobus and the Ifajunas, they were deviants. If they didn't have that tendency, they wouldn't have had the first coup. Now, nobody knows how Nigeria would have gone right or wrong. Even the president we have in Nigeria right now is a deviant. So we can stretch this conversation however we want to go. But like I said, there always need to be a healthy balance. Maybe I don't have the courage of Fela. Maybe my child will have his courage. The former what's her name? Prince Charles's wife was a deviant. She, to an extent, she became a deviant. That's why she needed to do things out of the way the royal family wanted to do it. So I think there's just a healthy balance. Every society needs that. Any society where we just have conformity, there's going to be a problem. And if you now have too many deviants, there'll also be a problem.
You are expanding it too much. Then you have to start contextualizing every single thing. We are talking about political deviancy.
I told you where I wanted to go to, and I have the license, and thank God for Rudolph. He gave us that license to do that. So I chose to do that.
All right. Thank you, Tim. KJ. I know, Jagan, I'll come to you. I'll give you more time, Jagan and Kene, because you guys didn't weigh in.
Thank you so much. And I like the way Chim has expanded it. And it's so interesting because it totally has brought in a lot of stuff. And, I'll take it from his last comment, which is on Lady Diana. Now, also the danger of being a deviant is that you sometimes go to an extreme, and those extremes can be dangerous. So you need to also, in your trying to, build another culture, be very aware of the ones you're trying to break, whether you can actually break them and remain alive, or, when you break them, you always have to read about it. And I remember the famous Igbo adage that says that the fool lives to point to the grave site of the brave. So we should be always careful. And, and when I'm saying that with the story of Lady Diana in mind. And but I'll go from nature, and I'll go with the story of the young girl. That you decide to go naked doesn't necessarily mean that we all should now conform to your image. You see, in this this century that we are living right now, people kind of do things that are not in conformity with the society, and they all want us to measure in the minors. So, in other words, when we are growing up, the people who deviate from the normal custom and tradition or norms they don't expect society to now conform to whatever they are doing. They are just known as outliers, and those people are acceptable even though the way they are. But nobody tries to force it down the other people's throat. Now you go to the beach and you make a video. Saying you are in the beach and you like it, and it's how you want the whole world to all of us start going to the beach. Okay, those people who live in Africa who don't have beach, what do we do? Okay, so now let's
service. You should have shown us the entire photograph of everything.
Yes, if you know that it was what you are doing was correct. Chim, thank you for that. You only
hold on. KJ, what did Chim say?
Chim said if you know that what you're doing was right, you should have shown us the boss now. Sure, so I will see it now.
No, wait, because
yes,
you talked about she didn't say that you should do what she's doing. Did she say that?
What is the purpose of going to the social media to advertise it? Because let's go a little bit deeper. What is culture? So, in other words, let's look at these things as a culture, a culture that some certain individuals are trying to pass. And culture comprises of the shared beliefs, values, behavior, and materials, objects, and the rest, which which identifies a particular people. And that's why I say I wanted to go to nature itself. Cows learn to be cows only by watching, the small calves watching their mother chew grass and the way they behave and the way they make sound. Okay, they are not going to. They all of them live in the wild, in the nature, in the forest, and some of them live in the forest. Lions are continuous to be lions. They behave like lions. They don't wake up and become tigers overnight. No. So, in other words, there is a transition. There's a laid down rules and regulation that the world itself are giving to every human being, everyone that God has created in a certain image. They behave. They have. Now I come back to where we are at with this argument. I am Igbo. The reason why I am called Igbo is because we have a culture, a tradition, a language that's different from the Yorubas. The Yorubas are called Yorubas because they speak the Yoruba language and they live in a particular set of place, and their character and disposition can be known by what they wear and how they behave. The Hausas, the same thing. So when this social media now have given us a platform whereby we now want to transfer our own belief and tradition and say, you know what, I don't care, I should, no, I care. We have a tradition and a way that a black person who is an Igbo man like myself have been behaving. I didn't start it. If you come back, if you believe or don't believe God, if you come back to the 100th generation, somebody must have started it who's an Igbo man for you to get to this point. So even if you come back from me as a person now, my generation, you can come back to far back, maybe 14 generation, 15 generation, 100. All of us are Igbos. So there's a custom, there's a laid down rule. We're not supposed to be going about with our bare chest, okay? We are particularly have to behave in a particular way. So I like it when people are, deviate from the norm. But
I want us to go around with our bare chest. I don't know why you're...
All right. Hold on, KJ. We have to KJ round up because we have to go.
Yes, I'm round up. So I do not agree that choose what you want to do, but don't begin to put that belief on everybody that's how things should be. And I'm saying that with due respect. I have other people who don't conform. I'm a realist. I don't believe in people doing things just because they want to do it and they want to feel differently. I give you a final example. I'm true. When we were growing up in secondary school, one of our friends, he said because there are people are sewing fashion, so he went and told the tailor to sew his trouser upside backwards. In other words, the trouser instead of the inside, he sewed the inside to be outside and the outside to be inside. And he was going around the school and saying that he wants to set a new standard. My brother, till we left secondary school, he was the only one wearing that thing. Nobody ever followed him to set that standard. So people like it or not, people like that, they live everywhere. We can't follow them there. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just push back a little bit because it's very important that we say that the lady didn't show her full picture because of the platform won't let her, not because she didn't want to or because she thought it was wrong. So that's
I was thinking you were the one that altered the video. I was like, why would you do that?
The platform knows what is right.
KJ,
the platform knows what is right.
KJ, if you want to see her, you can go to the beach. You see.
No, I don't need to see her. What am I going to do with it?
And the other thing I wanted to say is...
Where's the beach located, actually?
Wait, hold on. The other thing I wanted to say is that you talk about tradition, KJ. If you go back traditionally, if you go back, let's say 20,000 years ago, you probably get to the point where we were not wearing anything.
Yes.
If you go back, you see, you talked about separation, Yoruba, Igbo. If you go back, there's a point where they were one people. You know how the migration. Okay,
I totally agree with you.
So it's very important. So maybe this lady and people like her are actually moving in a direction that we will.
It never will happen.
Maybe you can't stop it. You are just here for.
No, I'm telling you, it never will happen.
No, you are not here for a while. You are here for a short time.
I'll be here. I'm here the next 100 years.
3,000 years from now, you don't know what will happen.
Who tell you that Jesus will have come and all of us will have gone?
Oh yeah? Jesus will have come.
No, Dr. Damet, 70 years ago.
Yeah, let me come in now, please.
Hold on, 70 years ago.
No, Kenny, you have to wait. After Jagun, I will bring you up. I know there are other people. CM is here and everybody else. But Jagun, go ahead. I'll get to you, Kenny. I'm trying to mix it up. Those that have been waiting for a long time, those that spoke long ago, things like that.
Yeah, our Allow Jago is a big brother.
Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Dr. Damages, I'm a bit upset that you bring on a very
I don't agree
important...
for Jago. I came before him.
Who be that? Hey, Joe, just let me...
I don't agree for Jago. I came before him.
That's my man there. I'm a bit upset with you, Dr. Damages, in that you bring on an important subject at a late time. This is something I would like to get my teeth into. What we were talking about before, I think it was quite spurious and everything. But anyway, I've got a lot to say on this subject. I'll begin like this. In my life, I wondered, is our culture based on punishment, discipline, and that kind of structure? Or was it something that we learned from the colonial market? I used to wonder about the fact that our parents used to discipline us to the point of almost over discipline. They would beat us, until it's like, until we didn't even feel it anymore. The amount of times that we would just be beaten anyhow. And then in my beatings, in my own discipline from my parents, by the time I got to school, there was no boy of my age that could handle me, because I was being beaten by a man or an adult. So by the time a child would come and face me, or they're in trouble, they was in a lot of trouble. So I wondered, then going to boarding school in this country and seeing the structure of the English sort of educational system that put in a lot of discipline, they had corporal punishment, they had so many things that were similar to what my father was dictating to us. So I wondered, where does this thing come from? Where does it? Because it hampered my life, but it only hampered my life because I was that very deviant, if you like, if you want to put it that way. I don't like that word deviant, but I spoke for myself, and I spoke up to anybody. I had a lot of respect for my parents, for my elders. I come from a large family. Many of my siblings are 70, 80 and above, that kind of age. I found it difficult being in England, growing up under this Nigerian authorities, as it were, because I knew my neighbors, friends, and other people weren't being brought up like me at all. Their upbringing was completely different, and they were normal people. There was a time that they used to keep me in the house, and I am a person who is unafraid. They used to abuse me. My grandmother said, you don't have fear, they used to say to me. And I used to think, why should I be afraid? Who should I be afraid of? These things used to bug the hell out of me growing up. It's really disturbed my life. Until I had to be speaking to my parents, so that all these things that you're doing, it's very unaffected. The only thing is, as you grow more, I found out that the beatings my parents gave me were necessary. in that, if they didn't do that, I would have been a complete madman. To be, just in terms of the energy that I had and the fact that I would do something about it. That was my attitude. But the fact that I have a voice, and I had a voice from a very young time, the respect about my own person was known in my locality. They knew who I was, which is to say that he's not going to back down. He won't back down. If you go and meet his trouble, you're going to find it. Now, I say all this to say that there are two of my siblings, all boys, that grew up in the UK. The rest of us grew up in Nigeria, who are older. So my elder brother, who's now deceased, passed, he was a fantastic sportsman. There wasn't a sport that he could not play, and played extremely well. They used to tell me, Soji, why aren't you like your brother? Is there any sport you are good at? And the sports that I was good at was with racket. I could play football and I could play these kind of things, but tennis, table tennis, golf, anything with something I would play. But football, I wasn't that good. I'll be second to last to be picked. You understand? So now, my older brother was very dutiful. He wouldn't argue. He had an aggression, a big aggression, but he was an extremely dutiful person. Him not being in our lives today is a big gap because of the kind of person he was in the family and what he did for the family. Extremely dutiful. My younger brother, who I was very close to, I helped him grow up, as it were, protected him and all the rest of it, made sure he wasn't as bad as I was. You know, he's a top lawyer in this country today. And my parents always thought that I would be the lawyer. And I think I could be a lawyer. But I used to defy them because sometimes just stubbornly, because I didn't want to do what they was telling me to do. I didn't want to be told to that level. You were going to say something, sir?
Yeah, I wanted to say, do you regret that?
What it is, it's not that I regret it, but I see the wisdom of my parents. I see the wisdom. I don't regret it because I like myself. I like my nature. I like the fact that I'm the person I am. And that for me is freedom. Why would I be somebody else? I kept telling my parents, my name is Soji. I'm not my older brother. I'm not my younger brother. They will say to me, aren't all of you from the same mommy and daddy? Why are you so different? I say, I'm different because I'm Soji. You name me differently. Why didn't you just name me Shola? And then we could have all been the same. This Nigerianness that we have of oppression, I used to think, is it us that is oppressing ourselves? Or is it a culture from outside that is helping us to oppress ourselves and keep everybody in conformity? The problem of Nigeria is conformity. That's why we don't have revolution in us. We don't have it. We don't have it. There are one or two people who stand up and stand up very strong, like the fellas of this world. The rest of us are just puppets. A lot of us, my cousins who are affluent and rich back in Nigeria, they can stay in Nigeria. I want Ikoyi, let's set. There are those people. When I speak to them about what it is we do about this country, they have nothing in mind. They have nothing. They don't even care. And if it doesn't come to their house, they don't care a damn. These aren't people that we can rely on to make any changes that would be deserved of the nation. Our nation could be the greatest nation on this earth. The fact I respect education and I respect intelligence. It's who I am. And I get that from my parents. This is why somebody like Kemi Badenoch, I don't respect her at all. Because it seems that everything that her culture and her parents have taught her, she's thrown it all away to become an Oyinbo, which is our modus operandi. If we can't handle it here, we'll run away over here and become who he is. I want to let us all know that the way we are as Nigerian people is wrong. We are basically oppressive idiots if we're not educated idiots, as my brother said earlier. We're oppressive people. If you don't believe what I'm saying, then you are rubbish. As my man CM spoke to me the other day, I thought CM was a very reasonable person. When I gave him an argument, he decided that I cannot be as knowledgeable as him, that my spirit and my actions are rubbish. I thought, CM, man, I can't believe that you're saying something like that. I can't believe it. But he said it. And he said it because he grows up in an oppressive arena. That's how we are. We can't think something out reasonably. We can't argue reasonably. We have to bring insult into the whole equation. Like I can't insult. I'm the best insulter in this world. I would insult you until you turn into a squirrel. The thing I'm trying to put to us is that we people need to be a lot more different than we are. Otherwise, we live a lie. Do you know how many Nigerians out there who are living a lie because they studied the thing that they didn't have any interest in? So they become a doctor and they wanted to be a lawyer, let's say. It's obtuse. If this is not your skill, pattern, as somebody has earlier said, if we do not look at our children and see what they are interested in, see what they are good at, we are failing them.
All right.
And in that failure, we have failed our country. I'll end it there, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jagan. Thank you. We appreciate that. Kenneth?
Yeah, finally.
Welcome.
So I was actually had in mind to attack you for not sharing the video the way it should be, but I didn't know that the video was already cut off. But that girl, that little girl, I think she's not okay. Why will you share such a video? If you want to advertise something, advertise it in its fullness, right? And also tell us the address of that beach so that we'll be coming out there for a weekend, this thing. But we're talking about deviancy and conformity. But I still have one other thing to add, oppressiveness, right? So we have deviancy, we have conformity, we have oppressiveness. Now, it is because of deviancy that made the likes of Charly Boy to turn out to be a nudist instead of being a legal luminary, just like his father. You disrespected your father. You turn down the legacy, the family's legacy. You become a nuisance to the society. As far as I'm concerned, Charly Boy has not added anything to the society, nothing. Likewise, Olamide, the Olamide that was renamed, they are all on the same WhatsApp group. As far as I'm concerned, they have not added anything to the society. Charly Boy will not tell me today that he's not regretting not adhering to his father's advice. We have some, because of conformity, we have the likes of P2B, for example. I will be everywhere. He has maintained to be a businessman. He maintained his family's legacy, and today he excels in business. On the other hand, we have somebody instead of being oil bunker, he had decided to be a podcaster. He ran away from oil region to UK and become a podcaster. We have somebody was actually telling me that he was on his parents were trying to redirect him to becoming an engineer or what they call it. Science engineer, right? Computer engineer, and then he become a podcaster. Who is that person? No, I'm not calling anybody's name. It's because of
so can you the fear? I don't know say the fear.
This is a man who slapped the police, but he's afraid.
It's because of deviancy that we have somebody. No, I think deviancy that we have somebody that studied theater art, studied law, studied business, and then today he's a journalist. A journalist that you cannot question. How dare you question Dr. Abati Ruben? How dare you? He challenged everybody because he got a certificate for journalism instead of going to the theater and become a movie star. Right? Yeah. No, I think that one is Confucianist. I think it will be under Confucianist. And then we have oppressiveness. It is because of oppressiveness that makes the likes of the likes of
Islamin the act of the
likes of Tinubu.
Can you let me understand? There's something you said that worried me.
Yes, sir.
You said that Charly Boy didn't add anything to
nothing.
What about Fela?
Nothing. They are all, but they are the same WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Any proud man, right? That will go out in the public. That will come out in the public, right? I shouldn't be proud of such a man, right? So regardless, you can play your music, you can become a musician without being nude, right? Without promoting nudity. But if you want to, maybe you think being nude in the public adds any value to the society, no. And again, I think it's upon us, the parents now, to begin to tame these children, this Gen Z now. We begin to teach them that we have culture and tradition. Our tradition does not encourage nudity. Our tradition does not encourage indecent dressing. And that is why if you watch me on the comment section, I've been advising this Gen Z boy, AY, right? We should begin to tame these children so that they will not disgrace us tomorrow. We are getting old. In the next 30, 50 years, some of us will not be here, right? Some of us will be working with clutches or stick. So we should begin to leave a legacy of family, a family legacy of decency, legacy of adding value to society. So if you are asking me if Fela has added anything to Nigeria as a society, I would say no, he has not, according to my own standard.
Okay.
Charly Boy hasn't.
But what of the gospel of Fela's music? The philosophy behind what Fela says.
Hold on.
What has it changed? It has changed nothing. You can propagate the gospel without being indecent. Sorry, go ahead.
You know who they call Mozart?
Mozart?
Mozart.
Mozart, is he a Nigerian?
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to say that 200 years
is he a Nigerian? You asked me this question before. There are people that I don't care to know. Okay. Do you understand? These people I don't care to know them. I know the likes of Fela by accident. Okay. Do you understand? I don't care to know this type of people.
I'm just thinking of a musician who lived. I'm thinking of someone who lived 200 years ago that we still listen to their work. And I'm
okay. I don't know.
Someone that you may know, that just to point out that 200 years from now, Akpabio, nobody will remember Akpabio anywhere. Nobody, even the people who live in the place called Nigeria, they won't remember Akpabio. But they will remember Fela. They will still remember Charly Boy. So I'm just trying to point out
if let's say in 200 years now, I want to remember Fela or Charly Boy, what will I remember these people for?
For their music, where Fela is concerned, as was being said. No, I'm going to give you an answer to your strange question.
I don't love their music.
Wait, let me just put this to you, Kenny, my brother. You may dislike somebody's personality,
the next person,
but the talent, and the what they put out into the world, you're being asked, can this be respected? Fela's words, for me, up to today, it's very difficult to challenge them. Very difficult, especially being a Nigerian. He's experienced everything that we've experienced, and he comes from a legacy of
Fela's children are dining with the useless politicians that their father fought against. They are dining with them today, and that is why I say one legacy they leave behind.
Well, when you leave a legacy, it's not just for your children.
Against these politicians, but their children are dining with these politicians today.
That's not how you can judge. You can't judge.
Whatever you want to be, but if you don't leave a lasting legacy, it's useless. To me,
please.
As far as you're concerned,
hold on. Jagon, 1 second. Can did Bob Marley add anything to society?
Bob Marley, you just touched somebody that I love so much. Yeah, he added a lot.
Okay. Yeah. All right, Kenneth, thank you so much. Let's go, because we have to go. Let's go to other people. I think Igbo basics. Let me bring you to round up.
Yeah, I think it's I won't use the word "it's my turn" because that's thank you so very much, Dr. Damages, for every conversation we've had today. I just wanted to point out a couple of things. I talked about the character. Each and every one of us have our own characters. And if you leave your lane, go another man's lane. Whatever you see, you go take. Charly Boy was here today. Oh, he's still here somewhere around. And he made his presentations. I wanted to come at my conclusion from the perspective of Charly Boy had everything that you could think about that a lot of us did not have. The privilege of being from a wealthy family, okay? The privilege of being from a well-to-taught legal luminary. The same thing with people like Odumegwu Ojukwu, Ikemba Nnewi. Some of these people, they had whatever it takes. They could have jolly well crossed their legs, go to the beach, have fun, they didn't need anything else to come and do for you or for us. But it turned out to be their calling. Just like Kene may have his own calling, he hasn't found it yet. But at some point,
who told you?
some of us, when we were in high school, we used to go, let me just say me, not some of us. I used to go to the Aba River to go and look for the mame water that they talked about.
Did you find
it? And I go there at midnight hour, looking for the mame water. I never saw the mame water. I beg, if you've seen the mame water, let me know. So what am I driving at is this. When I call Charly Boy, Isiokpupu, Isikodo, he understands. It's not an insult. It simply means a head you cannot break. It's a head you cannot break. There is so much packed inside it. So for us who come out here, and also my brother Revolution, we don't know everything. An informed world does not claim the head of or the first son. So when we come here, let us listen. We had a guest come here the other week, and at some point he made a statement, I'm not here to convince anybody. And whenever somebody comes out in life with their experience, and Charly Boy told you how he was beaten to stupor in the United States of AIDS, and that changed his life and he made his move. Come on now, everybody, including the nude person, the mad person, everybody you may think about, have a calling, and you have your own personality. So what I'm appealing to everybody who listens to us, you can call us anything you want, but do realize that live an open mind to learn from whatever you hear today. Because if you think you know it all, at 70 plus, when you get to the 70th floor, you will realize now, bread. It's not easy. I come here to preach the gospel of Chief Zebediah Okodigwe Nwobe, alias 430. The man who is 75, and he was honored by the Abia state government at the governor's mansion the previous week at 75. And we are still going to bring out the. I'm glad that Charly Boy spoke today, and I learned something from him, nothing new under the sun. Some of the things that we have on the table that we are going to unveil to present to you folks, to all of us, Chief Zebediah, sooner than later, are some of the things that Charly Boy touched upon. Because Zebediah went to the government house, he says, enough is enough. Clarus was there. Clarus was always blind, and you saw him, he came there. And the rest of the people were there. So to those of us who grew up from the past, I still say to you, if you were in 70 years ago, we had no clothes. When we went to school, we had no clothes. We went to school naked. When we go to stream, we are naked. You don't even see these things you are talking about, bra, buba, and all that. You don't see nothing, but they are there in your face. That's not your mindset. We went to school in the bush. Each and every day we come from school, we're going back to the bush, we're going back to the stream. And the things we learn from those places, please, I plead with you all, learn from some of us if you can. Otherwise, go and learn it yourself in your backyard of your own bush, in your own village. And if you refuse to learn, well, you will not come in there. Be my guest. All we come here to do is not to convince you, but to tell you that this is what we went through. And if you want to go through your own path and try to say, fire go burn you. If you see this, fire go burn you. If you know no say fire, put your hand for fire and tell me about it. Not be that man where go stand for tarmac. At some point, he had to bend down to duck for his head because he knew better than that. And regardless of who he is.
Sorry, Rudolph. We have like,
when you
like 200 persons online. Can you guys just like this thing for? I will have only about 9 likes. Please, can everybody go like it so that you can make other people come to the channel? Blessed, please go and like this. Not only calling my hand dirty, go and like it so that we all can get more audience. those who like my comments. All right. God bless
No,
you.
my brother Ekene learned the art of Ngedere Biro, Edere Okafo. And somewhere he's still learning it, and he will continue to learn it. Not be everything where you see where you could talk.
All right, thank you, Igbo Basics. Chim, you are next. After Chim, I'll bring in our kids.
Oh, Dr. Damages, sorry, I failed to mention that we still have the Foundation Democracy Initiative.com out there, established during the last struggle for the same Nigeria we are trying for, and it will continue to be there. Foundation Democracy Initiative.com. It was go there and learn whatever our effort jointly, and you will see where we're coming from.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I was going to ask the bucket who showed up now to speak, but he is vanished. Anyway, for me, my final thoughts simple. Like I said, starting from where we started with Charly Boy. He's entitled to. I'm not a fan of Charly Boy, but I don't diss whatever work or contribution he has made to society. He has his own pattern and ways of trying to make that contribution. So I recognize that.
Yeah.
He has fought for the so-called average man. I remember when was it bike boys were being disturbed. I know how Charly Boy stood up for them and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that everything he does will necessarily be acceptable by all. I think the problem we have is that there's this tendency for us human beings seeking to be liked. I'm not asking anybody to like me. I don't like me. In fact, the more I get people who try to like me, the more I'm careful as a person, because is it psychophancy that you're chasing, or are you genuinely liking me? So we can't all like any public official. It's just a fact. But it doesn't diminish from the contribution he's making to society. There are people who appreciate his contribution. I do. I might not have the gumption to go on the streets like him. He has that, so I won't take that away from him. Now, coming to the final topic which you introduced, which is about, people having this tendency to either be conformist or deviant. I still stand on my ground that every aspect is needed in society. There are deviants. It is a deviation that we have had that has led to even reforms in religion. There were certain things that were not acceptable before. Today we have even in Islam. In the US, somebody was saying, you don't see anybody blaring call to prayer in the US. Correct me, I don't live in the US. Or even where I live, I haven't heard a call to prayer. But every society needs a degree of deviation and conformity. There are times when we probably need more deviants to be able to force change in a society. We've had that in some. Unfortunately, Nigerian society seems to be the archetype anomaly when it comes to stuff like that.
Dr. Damages, this is the second time we've heard from Chim on the same subject, so I'm not sure that you are aware. And Chim is aware, but he doesn't mind.
Jago, we're rounding up. They're asking people to give their final thoughts.
I see, my brother. I do apologize.
Okay. So without necessarily dominating the floor so that everybody else can talk, I think that we need every whether you call it conformity or that, we need everyone in society. And we should be okay with everyone. And anybody who finds himself in anyone should be comfortable in their skin. I don't make decisions for anyone. Do what you want to do. My point has always been live and let live. Don't try to force your way on me. That's where I always have a problem. I constantly say that when I come to this phone. Where I have a problem is all those people who want to take their deviant tendency and force society. Vice versa, those who are conformist and you want to force everything. Let things just flow naturally. If you want to obey the society 100%, please go ahead and do that. If you believe you need to push back once in a while to society, please go ahead and do that. I have no problem with that. I know where I stand on things. When I need to be deviant, I will be deviant. When I think conformity is the best thing to do, I will comply with that.
Can I ask you a question, Jim?
Every level.
I want to know if the term deviant is accurate to what we're speaking about. We're speaking from the point of view as from a child growing up into a man or woman in Nigeria. Is it fair that we oppress them to the point of not being able to choose, not being able to become a man or woman at the specified time. We are calling 50-year-olds youth. For me, that is incredulous. A 50-year-old is not a youth. But in Nigeria, that's how they will call him. I want small boy. Yeah, small boy. Are you going to be a small boy all your life? Is it deviant, is it deviant not to become a man? Because that's what it seems like in that crazy place called Nigeria.
So, Jago, to reply, sorry, Rudolph, if you permit me. I understand what you're saying. I think the point is not everybody has that courage or gumption, like you rightly said. The Isiapu that Igbo Basic has been used, I've been called Isiapu several times because there's certain things I will resist. Do you understand? My parents beat me to stupor over certain things.
It's not easy.
So you're not the only one who has that history. There are lots of us who've had that history. I resisted a lot of things. But you know what? When you start getting older, even that so-called deviant or person who pushes back, there's
defiant.
A calm that comes into you, and you begin to look at things differently. I appreciate the beating my parents gave me. If they hadn't done it, I don't know the kind of things I would have done today. So to that degree, yes. But there were things they were trying to force me into, and I resisted them till today. They know I won't do those things. So I have no apologies about that. For me, it's just striking that balance of knowing when to do what. If I need to go on the streets and do a luta for a good cause, I will do that. But if I think, this cause you're trying to chase, and I look at the end goal and I say, no, I don't agree with it, I'll pull back. I won't join you. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
All right. Thank you, Chim.
Thank you, Chim.
CM Yones. Where is CM?
He's there with you, but he's mute.
All right, let's go to Ovie then. Ovie. Ovie, can you hear me?
Yes. Can I be heard now?
Go ahead.
You can hear me now. Okay. So what? Where are we?
We're rounding up. I think you are the second to the last person before we go.
So we're talking about the conformity, or
yeah, but there should be another stream if KJ is up to it. KJ has a stream that is running late by 52 minutes.
So conformity and freedom, I did the same by being opposite each other. This one way goes.
Do you think you conform to anything, or you didn't conform to anything?
I think as a human being today, we pretty much fight conformity all our life. And for the sake of conversation, I'll group it into two. As a child and as an adult. A young lady here once said something. That's Bumi. Shout out to Bumi. Once said that it is hard for a man to grow outside of his environment, or reason outside of his environment. In other words, you can't live outside your understanding of the world. That's what directs you. How you see the world, how you understand, and pretty much that's how you live. And another man, Frederick Douglass, once said that employment is the last stage of slavery. Now, why do I go that route? As a child, we fight conformity. I derive from either your parents trying to raise you some certain way, your guardians, your village people, your local government, your country want you to be raised some certain way. So you constantly fight that, and 99% of the time you lose that fight to either your parents, your immediate environment, or your country. So you pretty much conform. You say, okay, well, maybe now only 18 years, I guess, or 20 years, or whatever it is, then I'll get to live, not outside the conformity they want me to. Now, as an adult, go come one issue where we're going to bring you come America. The system, bill, will force you to conform. Because bills, which is what Douglas talked about, that employment is the last stage of slavery. It's the last form of slavery, because who pays you, who employs you, literally dictates how you live your life. What you wear, where you eat, where you go, the kind of family you are going to raise, it based on who pays you. So when you're talking about not conform, so I would question that, what is that, or what is freedom? That's why I asked, are they opposite each other, or are the same? So it's based on your understanding of how they is. I wake up in Austin this morning. had lunch in San Antonio. I'm going to have dinner in Houston. Is that freedom? Am I fighting conformity? So it's a very it's a very important conversation we should be having, because our people say there are many roads to market, right? There are so many roads to this conversation. So it depends on how you actually view the world or see the world that you determine if you're not conforming one way or the other.
What you're saying is a very good continuation. That's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. There's no derivation. You're speaking accurately. We who are brought up by our parents are brought up to serve the master, and those of us who are defiant, as is put, are those who have a realization of the world that they are in. Me, I haven't worked for anybody for 25 years, and I've been surviving very well. You understand?
All right.
So just following. Sorry.
Yes. Let me finish. Yeah, I got you. On Charly Boy, I don't understand how people who are criticizing deviant, as you put it. I don't think, from my understanding, nobody has a blueprint on how to live life. Nobody has the way to live life. Say, okay, this is the best way to live life. Nobody has that. We all are trying to figure it out. So because your life is going the way you want it, good for you. But that doesn't mean it's applicable to the next person. So the idea that just because you cannot relate or you don't understand what this person is doing, then it's out of point, which is what the conformity is all about, right? And that's, if you if you go back down to Adam Smith, right, in The Wealth of Nation, when he categorized the those who control factors of production are pretty much are masters of mankind. So if you look at it from that angle, all of us are pretty much already conformed to see world or see how life is from one particular way. And if you decide to act outside that norm, then you are a deviant, right? That's it. And the Igbo word with that, you are stupid just because you don't want to be like everybody. And if you not look at it from the spiritual realm, God did not made us the same. Everybody is different. So how are we expect to behave the same? And just because you refuse to behave like the way thousands are behaving, you now say, oh, that person is deviant. I seriously don't get it. I think Charly Boy would have been the best person to actually ask that question, because he's 75 years old. He's at the tail end of his life. So he can look back and say, you know what? I think I killed it. And I think he responded that way when Dr. Damage was trying to ask him, what will he be remembered? Say, no, I don't really care in that kind of way. But again, Dr. Damage, in response to the last speaker, Abina Kene, you say 200 years from now, there are some people who are going to be talked about, which again go to the spiritual, what Bible said, many are called, few are choosing. Again, goes back to what way they asked Obasanjo, what would you like to be remembered? Simply put it, that I was here. How do you beat that? 200 years from now, all of us, when they run our mouths, nobody will remember us, but they remember those people who choose to be deviant, as we call them. So, as far as I'm concerned, when they say many are called, few are choosing, I think those are the calling ones. When people are saying, calling your name or remember your name 200 years from now, I think you won. Regardless of how that happened, I think to me, that's what heaven is all about, right? It now depends on how they talk about you, but you are living a heavenly life if they are still talking about you 200 years after you are gone. So I mean, again, I would say you live life the way you understand it, the way you see it, which you go back to what Bumi said, you can't live beyond, outside your understanding. That doesn't mean you are living the best life and that other person is living a poor life. Everybody, even the Christian will say, God judge everybody individually. So the idea that because you don't understand that person is deviant, this, that, is just, it is a lot about how we do understand what life is about. I'm not saying I'm a master of what life is about, but we're in shit, as we say in the hood.
All right, thank you, okay. Yesterday, all through Friday and Saturday, I spent it with Mazi Ezoke. He stopped by in New York. Hopefully, we will have some videos out of some of the things we did while he was here. I just wanted to mention it, and that was the reason why I wasn't here yesterday.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, you didn't do us a favor by not giving us a link because I wanted to come.
We didn't stream it. We didn't.
Yeah, but still, that deprived us who couldn't make it. Actually, I prepared to show up, but when I couldn't, as a result of certain circumstances, I started clicking on the same thing you sent us. So for future references, I can understand we wanted live appearance, but at the end of just as the show has already started, it is incumbent upon us to not deprive our worldwide audience whom we have shown that this man, the man, when I went to Amici, the man actually went out of his way to come and see me. And for that reason, I already made up my mind that I was going to come. But when I prepared and did everything else and I had a stumbling block, I tried to click, and I said, oh, you deprived us of what all of us would have seen at the Igbo house. Please,
thank you.
Consider that.
Thank you.
I'm just curious. Have you ever stood next to anybody that is taller than you? Because I have a feeling you put that picture to show that you're taller than him. Everybody I see you around, you're taller than everybody.
No, it doesn't mean. Motumbo. Is it Motumbo? Motumbo.
Yeah, the guy, the basketball guy.
I was looking at him like
Dr. Dameji. Dr. Dameji, one of my class in college, they say in the same societies, people like you, they will be looking for to be a leader. That one of the criteria of being a leader is to be above 6 foot tall. And if you look at all American president lately, maybe for the last, I don't know, 30, 40 years, they are above 6 foot, even the fat man in office today.
Oh, Trump
so I don't know that they look at our one president is below 5 foot.
But Buhari is above. Buhari is taller than 6 feet. So
Buhari fit into their description, but Tinubu no fit in. So I try to question that convention anyway. But if you look around the world, I think that convention kind of right to be above 60. I try it to an office because as if you stand among your followers, among other people, you stand tall. It's kind of
it tends to be for democracy.
or an advantage.
I think it tends to be for democracy. But for dictatorship, you can see some of the shortest people. As a matter of fact, they have complex issues. So really,
that's why I say in the same society.
All right. I think CM, I had you now, so your connection is good.
I agree with you, forefathers.
CM, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So round up. It's only you, CM, and forefathers, and we go.
And me, I haven't rounded up.
Oh, okay. And KJ, we now start a new stream. Okay, CM.
Okay. Well, the thing about I don't really believe deviant. You have to. The world cannot. All of us cannot be sleeping and facing the same direction. People come to the world with different talents. You may not see it, but they are making a contribution. To be specific, Charly Boy made a contribution to the society. Yes, he empowered the people around his community that made them to name a bus stop after him, which is unofficial because it wasn't done by the council, although it is now raising dust. Fela on his own with his brand of music, it was quite prophetic. He made his own contribution to the society because what he preached, he wanted a very sane, non-oppressive society, and then that is it. Only that he uses his own to yab, or what they say, yab the government. But his lifestyle, people may go to his lifestyle. What of people that are not playing music that are still living Fela's lifestyle? We have leaders that have abused. What of Tinubu who used drug or who traded in cocaine? Is he not a leader? So you see, I don't believe anybody have. We are all deviants in one way or the other. I don't judge people because I believe we have different talent, and you have to show your talent. Insofar as you are not a thief or you don't come to practice armed robbery, or maybe to do this thing, but just bring on your own. What sometimes it's not really your body language, but what comes out of your mind, the way you see the society, what you contribute, either to criticize what is not good or to preach what should be good. That is already a contribution. Everybody cannot. We can't all be accomplished professionals. Maybe Charly Boy, the father is they call him the Socrates of the Supreme Court because of his contribution to legal profession and the law. Therefore, Charly Boy must follow suit. I don't see it that way because he was created at least a little bit differently. All the family tradition they want him to uphold is different. What of Fela? His two brothers are I think one is a professor in medicine, the other one a doctor too, accomplished, and the other people. Yet he chose music where he want to make his name. Already that is his talent, and he did it and did it very well. What a fact I read one time in the 1970s during Gowon's era, say Gowon visited the Caribbean. And then in Jamaica, where he was touring Trinidad and Tobago and Caribbean, what they said was somebody from Fela's country. That is where some people were saying, oh, Gowon came from Fela's country. Yes, because they know what reggae music is, and then they try to marry it with what Fela's brand of Afrobeat. So it became popular. And the Caribbeans say, oh, he came from Fela's country. So that is already a contribution, but the way people promote everything, I don't really think. And there's no straight way to it. You can't get a Bassi, they say, must live on Calabar Street. So we can't always be the same. So to me, deviant, we all deviant in one way or the other. Just let your talent show. People will not know what your talent are. Because Fela must have inspired some people in music. Charly Boy must have also inspired some people in terms of protest. So these are all contributions. It must not just be reading the law or practicing medicine that you contribute. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, CM. For fathers.
Thank you for that. I think this topic of deviancy, I didn't think it was going to take a more philosophical turn. But that is fine because we're focusing on the political kind of deviancy. I think society, almost everyone practices a form of deviancy. You can see a church lady that is all buttoned up in public, but when you enter the bedroom, it's something else. Or you find somebody that seems like they are, conforming to type, but they end up in certain other situations. You see that they are very different. This is why the idea of deviancy, what CM said, is quite agreeable to that. People practice it to an extent. You have different forms of deviancy. I think there was a guest here I think a few months ago that said something about bohemian lifestyle. So maybe that is a more appropriate term to describe what Charly Boy is doing. And also there is also the element of the environment that you are in feeding through your deviancy. And if the environment is not suitable, your deviancy is not going to lead to any positive outcome. In the case of Fela, of course, his deviancy had a positive impact because at least he conscientized people. He gave people a level of awareness, and he also brought music. He defied various conventions, and he prospered, and his ideology is still out there. One cannot say just because he had his failings, that is what he's remembered for. We all have our failings, I can assure you. And if you say you are not the one, you probably have more than you like to admit. So the environment fits into it. And for me, the positive is all about the greater good. If your deviancy leads to the greater good of a society, in terms of the ability of the society to survive, people to live a prosperous life, yes, it should be welcome, no matter when and where. Everything has to have a purpose. If it is for negative outcomes, then you have to frown at it. No matter how appetizing, no matter how nice it might look, you can't welcome it. Some of this hip hop rap that people do, and they keep, calling women all kinds of names and having all this negative. Even if they like to say that, oh, we are talking about what's happening on the street, what outcome are you getting from it? All you get is people, young boys, pulling their trousers to their waist, shooting each other, and carrying a very, very decadent lifestyle that doesn't lead us anywhere. So that kind of stuff is an example of negative deviancy. So it's always about what is best for the greater good. That is what I call positive deviancy.
All right, thank you. Positive and negative. All right, Jagun, then I will welcome a special guest.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you. Deviancy is the wrong word. And I think we should not use wrong words when we are heading into what is a philosophical discussion. It is not deviant to be defiant. It is not deviant to have a respect for mankind and the rights of an individual. It is not deviant to look at your society and know that it is wrong and try to set it straight. It may be called controversial. It may be defiant. It may be something of strength, really, more than being deviant. That's the wrong word. And we Nigerians have a knack to choosing the wrong narratives and the wrong word to describe salient propositions. And I find it obtuse, really, the way we use our English. And it's as if sometimes the way some Nigerians speak English, it's as if the language hasn't been with us for over 100 years. Societies that were colonized by the British, when you listen to them speak in English, they seem to have a different grasp than we do, even though we Nigerians are experts at English. I know our parents, the majority of our parents, spoke English far better than we do, had a better grasp of English more than we do. When I look at the next generation and I read their English, it's extremely poor compared to when I read my dad's letters and my dad's manuscript. The English, sometimes I have to go to the dictionary to look for what this word means. We have to use this language that we spout so confidently. We have to use it with a greater accuracy. What we are talking about is philosophical, my dear forefather. It is a philosophical discussion and a very important one. We are speaking about our society and why it lumbers in the way it does when we have fast-minded people. Our people's minds are sharp, but we lumber in languishment. We lumber so much that the highest our GDP has reached, just to say that it affects everything in our society, is only 500 billion. Nigeria should at least be on 5 trillion, at least by now. And that missing of that kind of a target is due to the way we bring our children up in the last couple of generations. We bring them up without sovereignty. We bring them up without respect of themselves, whereby the respect needs to be shown to the generation and the generation coming up. All right. I mean, I know you want to get to
round up. Yeah, it's okay.
I'm sure we may carry on with KJ. I hope.
Yeah, we'll carry on with KJ. Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. That because can I just 1 minute before I say hello?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Let me correct something because I think a lot of us are misunderstood what I put out there.
Right? We decided that you are being ignorant.
No, I mean, everybody with his level of understanding. It is not my fault that some people have slow sense of understanding. See, the thing is, my point was centered towards lifestyle and music. So when I say that Charly Boy had added nothing to the society, what I meant was his style of music and the kind of lifestyle he portrayed to the society. Being nude as old as 60 years then, this guy was coming out nude on public. This is not the lifestyle that...
He always had pata everywhere.
Yeah, but that is nudity now. This is the kind of lifestyle that I would never associate with. And that is why I said I added nothing to society. Again, his music, I don't even understand what he sings. Then on the other hand, Fela, I know a lot of you guys idolize Fela. Me, for one, I don't.
Sorry, what does being nude in public? What is the problem of being nude in public?
Okay, Fafada, stand up and take off your clothes. Let's wash.
All right, we have to go. We have to go. I got your point. We got your
Rudolph,
point.
sorry, there's something Jadon said, please, that I want to correct quickly, just quickly. The word deviation is not a negative word.
I didn't say it was negative.
Different.
It's just inaccurate. It's inaccurate.
It's not a negative word.
All right, guys.
My brother, I didn't say it was negative. I said it was inaccurate.
All right.
Please get it right.
Thank you. Let me just welcome Ginger Media. Ginger Media, thank you so much for joining us. I didn't know you were coming. I'm glad.
I just stumbled upon the stream, so
okay. Nice. Thank you. So we had Charly Boy here. He was here for an hour and we spoke to him about a few things. And I mentioned that I was hanging out with you yesterday and the day before. So did I lie?
No, we had a hangout in New York, and I went to some what's it called? I don't know, underground places that you took me in those areas, you know. But quite I wouldn't say disappointing that none of your people here came, even Ovie that in my very own before, according to Chief Zebuda Okorigomobo, was called multiple times. Ovio hid, you know, he didn't want to come out. I don't know. Maybe he thought I came with scissors because of it. So. But nonetheless, I'm here. Good to be, in America once more, and good to see all of you. But I would have loved to see a couple of us live anyway. But I'm still here in Maryland, though. If anybody wants to.
Yeah, you're in Maryland, and KJ is in Maryland, so you guys can hang out.
Okay.
Yeah, KJ can connect.
So KJ, you can holler me. I'm in Maryland. Saturday I will be in New Jersey. So whoever is anywhere, let's.
What part of Maryland are you in, sir?
What do they call them? Gleneden. I'll be waiting. I'll be Gleneden.
Glendon.
Glendon, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be Glenaden. I'll be waiting.
Glenaden.
No.
Okay.
Before me, I call and Garden of Eden. But
it's good to see you there.
Yeah, good to see you, brothers.
So Igbo Basic said that he wanted to come to New York for that event on Friday, but he couldn't. And he was thinking that we'll stream it, but we didn't stream it. So yeah, I know that he's in New Jersey, so maybe he can connect with you. But
Igbo Basis is in New Jersey?
Yeah, he's in New Jersey. Yeah.
Okay, I might take it offline then and see him.
Yeah. So, but anyway, we had a good event, and hopefully we'll be able to get some clips out of it and share with people.
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
So Njenje, by your own judgment, is America better than UK?
Oh God.
I'm not going to, I don't know which one is better, but one thing I think I told Rudolph is that Europeans and Americans think that they have arrived. But actually, the more you travel around Europe and America, I found out that Asians are leaving them behind. And in all those, the positions that both of them are leaving vacuum is where even Africa is unable to occupy, you know. So if you think of, you know, the rapid way China, Taiwan, Singapore is, you know, is developing, you know that even your UK and your America is also already far behind. But I don't want to start a war. Donald Trump might be listening before they revoke my visa. So I pardon me, I cannot give you that verdict while I'm still on this soil. Wait until I get to Nigeria, I can tell you my mind. I don't want them to arrest me at the airport. So if you think our place is not good, why did you come? So
That's good. And also when you get back, we will talk about, maybe we'll bring you as a guest and talk about what you actually think about America and the Nigerians that you are meeting. You know, there were many instances here in New York when you met some Nigerians, and I want to get your honest view, but not why you are here, because we can still hold you, we can still stop you from leaving.
Well,
But
you know, there are my things I might also say, even while I'm outside here. Even while I'm outside America, there are things I might still say. Then the little 3 months visa left will be denied for renewal.
That's good.
But I get the gist. Definitely we would. I think once I'm back and settled, I think I will be glad to can be a guest. It's fine. Let's have that conversation.
Yeah, I think so too, because it's always good to see different perspectives and listening to our people. For me too, during that Friday's event, I have not been around our people in that situation environment and listen to them, and you can see where people are. You know, we think information flows, and people think that the information is, everybody's getting the same thing, but it's not true. People are getting different things. People are behind. Some people don't know who Charly Boy is. I mean, I'm surprised. I thought that we all know Charly Boy, but there are people who do not know who Charly Boy is. And so, but it's legitimate. And so sometimes we talk as if we all at the same level of awareness of things going on. But,
No, true. And especially many of us who I may classify as news junkies. I believe all of us here are news junkies. Who need any form of news to get into their vein on a daily, hourly, minute basis. If not, you think you're missing something. And suddenly you sit in the midst of people telling you, one of the persons there almost said something like, as if a governor that had governed and left 8 years ago was still the governor of a state. And I felt like, Rudolph, at some point when I was looking at you, I was like, if I ask this man now, respectfully, okay, when was last time he visited Nigeria, whether he would think I was being rude, but because there are certain things we hear. But again, processing that information, you also understand that there are individuals who obviously, I don't know, by whatever reason, do not move a lot and are kind of stuck with any form of information, most times false, that is being fed in them, and that informs how they make their decisions. And I know, honestly, my takeaway will be that it's something that, in my view, in most Igbo organizations, or rather in most organizations, that people once in a while should have certain injection where certain conversations, at least beyond pepper souping, in the words of Patrick Obiagbon and Big Stouting, and some level of intellectual discourse should sometimes come in and also understand what is happening, and people can share their views. Guys, honestly, sorry to barge into your show, but I appreciate the time, Rudolph.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for stepping in, coming in here. We really appreciate that. And like I said, next week we have this lawmaker from the city council in Texas, a Nigerian child born who grew up in America. He's going to join us. We need to be talking to the next generation.
Yes,
very important. And then 2 weeks from now, we have the World Igbo Congress. Their chairman is joining us to talk about the new ideas they have that they are going to launch at the end of this month when they have their convention in Boston. They are about to start a credit union for Nigerians or for Africans in America. So he's going he's going to join us here 2 weeks from now. All right.
And I'm going to be leaving out with this. By next week, hopefully, we'll be publishing the Igbo landing. I was in
the documentary. Talk about that.
That I talked about. You know, it's just a small short this thing that was, you know, from my own perspective, those that you know, our ancestors who decided to choose to end the way they did, are down to be allowed to allow themselves into slavery. I mean, it's for me, breathtaking story. You know, it's a good storyline. We'll see. So
All right.
if you haven't
Yeah,
subscribed to the media, please do. And many of you viewers, those watching us, subscribe to Dr. Damages. I was telling Dr. Damages that his viewership has been on menopause on 80 something for how many years? Please help him drive the numbers.
Thank
drive
you.
the numbers, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, please. I'm not good at doing that, but I've been told that I need to learn to always tell people to subscribe and like so that other people will see what we're doing. On behalf of everybody here, thank you.
And sorry, Dr. Damages, before you leave, I'm begging your viewers. I want them to replace that photo in your background with a plaque before December. The YouTube plaque, 100,000 subscribers by December. We can do it, guys. Let's support Dr. Damages. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mazes. Okay, thank you, CM.
I would have asked Mazes okay one question, but
no, he will come back. He'll come back. He will come back when he's ready.
Okay, again, I want to also say this. We have already used up all my time now, so maybe we just say goodbye for this week.
Well, if you don't have I think your time is always there if you need it. If you don't want to, that's okay. Yeah, if anybody wants to, maybe forefathers. If you guys want to continue the conversation,
where is forefather now? Make it a do.
If you guys want to continue the conversation, you can.
All right.
I have tried. Thank you very much, CM.
Yeah, very well.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, Jagun. Thank you, all the people behind the scene, because there are people behind the scene who are helping out when things are bad. Sometimes you may not know it. Thank you, Alexander Gomez, Doc, for your support. Oriako Tope, thank you so much for your support. Real K, thank you so much. Joseph Oji, I don't know if we show this, but thank you so much for your support. And Oscar Blackbone, thank you so much for your support. On behalf of everybody here, Kulata, thank you. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. I will see you guys next Saturday, and then of course next Sunday for another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. Take care, everybody, and stay safe. All right.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.